Good morning, sir.
I would like to first welcome you all on behalf of XLR Solutions, and I would like to thank you all for having given an opportunity to present a training facilitation session in the area of Agile Certified Practitioner as a session. And this session, I would like to make it as interactive as possible. So I would like to understand the agile understanding of my participants, primarily Murali and Raj. So, and Vikash, I think I'm able to see 3 candidates. Can I have your expectations before I get started so that we'll ensure that we have the session in the way you want, or is there something that you're expecting from my side?
Excuse me, Sheshadri?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir. According to me, what I have understanding about Agile is that earlier there is a project manager. Yes, sir. Earlier we have a concept of like the project manager who just come and who command and who give all the instructions, and after like 6 months or like 1 year, the product is delivered to the customer. But what happened in the traditional method that since there are a lot of changes which comes in between, and in order to incorporate those changes, sometimes it is difficult for the team. If you see the normal method, like the waterfall method, it is sometimes very difficult after a requirement freezing that you should come with a new requirement, and we should have to do it within the same time frame as we have already freezed it. So now, since the world is changing and the requirement is changing so frequently, so in order to cope up with the changing requirements, as in order to have a process which is much friendly to the customer, means if I see Agile is more friendly to customer, because whatever we are changing, suppose after 2 days or 3 days, customer comes with a new requirement, so we are able to accommodate that new requirement. So this is the, as per my understanding, that the Agile is now like it's like fitting to the new requirement, get ready for changes. Means whatever the customer is giving in new change, you are ready for it and you are ready to accommodate it. And another thing is,
sorry to interrupt you, Vikash. I think I got the requirement from your side. Primarily, you are trying to understand what is the main difference between a conventional approach versus an adaptive or an agile approach, and how we can fit the requirements by ensuring that constantly changing, how we can live up to customers' best expectations, right?
Right, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Vikash, for your input. The other person, Raj.
Hi, Sheshadri. Good morning.
Hi,
to
good
you.
morning.
And hi, Vikash, and hi, Lakshmi, and thanks for doing this program. Basically, according to me, Agile is something that adapting yourself to a constantly changing environment, and bringing up the expectations and satisfying the requirements of a business client. And my expectation would be I would like to learn the techniques and methodologies of Agile, and to adapt myself into my current project and the work what I'm doing, and to enhance myself and to find out better opportunities at the earliest possible.
Okay, great. Yes. So now that we have got the 2 requirements, primarily first thing is you are trying to understand the basic difference between a conventional predictive method versus an adaptive method. And the second thing is you are trying to get inputs on how we can know more about agile frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, and other lean principles. Perfect. We'll be covering this in the next 2 days of our training facilitation session. Are we good to get started now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So thank you so much. So welcome you all. So the idea is, in this session, the way I will be facilitating the whole thing is, I will be driving the session from a 70%, 30% approach. The 70% would be talking about how we can clear the Agile Certified Practitioner successfully, and the 30% is on the knowledge gaining mechanism. And this is the way I would be driving. If you want this to be the other 30-70, then I am game for it, so that we can initially get the requirements from the customers, that is you people, so that we can take this towards the customer satisfaction factor. Are you okay with the 70-30 approach or the 30-70 approach?
Sir, more like if it's like more like a customer satisfaction means practical, then I hope 30-70 will be better, because getting a certificate is not, getting the knowledge is more important.
Getting the knowledge is important. Okay, great. So we will ensure that we strike a balance. We'll live up to the expectations. First thing is we'll ensure that the knowledge will be there, and then we will also be successfully clearing the certification examination from PMI. Okay?
I think we'll balance it, Shishali. Like certificate is also important equally.
Okay.
You don't get recognized the way you say I did this, I did that, because this is not going to be a technical course.
Okay, you can make it like 50-50. That will be much better.
Yeah, that would be better.
50-50, perfectly fine. Okay, so the idea is the way I have facilitated the session is, now I have got the requirements from the customer. I have put this onto your requirement, which is called as a backlog. So I will be typing this out to you in a notepad file so that we can pull this out at any point in time. First, requirements. One thing is knowledge on predictive versus adaptive frameworks. Second thing is different types of agile frameworks and ways to implement them real time. The third thing would be balancing certification versus knowledge, right? Yes. So thank you. We will get started. Essentially, this Agile Certified Practitioner is one of the key certifications from the certification body called as the PMI, or the Project Management Institute. Would you want me to showcase a list of certifications which are available, or would you want me to just go ahead and get started on PMI, the Agile Certified Practitioner?
Please run through the certification availabilities. No, like it's totally confusing since you have a lot of options: PMI, Scrum,
Excellent.
this and that.
Okay. Okay, great. See, the whole thing is the way in which the Agile is unfolding itself in multiple organizations, workspaces, is something that is really amazing. And agility itself talks about a lot of dynamic changes and unexplored actions. That is precisely the reason why there is so much of a confusion in the market. But then I would like to go ahead and showcase some vendor-based certifications so that you will be able to take a balanced call on how you can go ahead and get yourself certified. But by the way, let me put a disclaimer. I am not endorsing any specific certification, or I do not belong to anybody. The information that I'm going to provide you is for your reference so that you can take inputs and decide as per the need, as per the requirements. See, primarily, there's a vendor which is called as Scrum Alliance. The website is www.scrumalliance.org. The primary certification that they are offering is Certified Scrum Master. This is also called as CSM. The second thing is Certified Scrum Product Owner. It's also called as CSPO. The third thing is called as Certified Scrum Developer. There's a fourth thing which is also called as Certified Scrum Professional. After this, you have something called as Certified Scrum Coach. This is also called as an Enterprise Coach. These people from the Scrum Alliance have renamed this as Certified Enterprise Coach. And the final certification from Scrum Alliance is what is called as Certified Scrum Trainer. And essentially, these are the people who are eligible to take the certifications and who will be able to award you a CSM tag or a CSPO tag or a CSD tag. There is another certifying body which is called as PMI, which is Project Management Institute. ACP is also called as Agile Certified Practitioner, and in ACP you will be covering Scrum, Kanban, Lean, Agile engineering practices. See, if you look at this from the knowledge perspective, the focus when it comes to CSM, CSPO, CSD or CSP will be specifically towards Scrum as an agile framework. However, if you look at this from the Project Management Institute's perspective, it is something like a big brother or an umbrella over most of the agile frameworks, as it talks about Scrum, Kanban, Lean, and something called as agile engineering practices, which we will be covering some down the line. There is another older body which is called as DSDM, or Dynamic Systems Development Method. And these guys offer two certifications, DSDM Foundation and DSDM Practitioner. These are earlier, this is also called as APMG Foundation certifications. There is another thing from the Lean Kanban Institute. This is also called as KMP1, Kanban Management 1, and then KMP2, called as Kanban Management 2. So essentially after this you get to become an AKT or an accredited Kanban trainer. So if you look at this, these are all some of the bodies which are offering some certifications, and noted among this another body which has actually started giving real value added certifications like scrum.org is called as PSM1, PSM2 and PSM3. So if you look at it, all these bodies actually talk about specific frameworks, but the PMI very specifically focuses on all the combination of frameworks so that the project or the customer decides which framework is apt for their solution delivery, and they can focus on delivering maximum value. So essentially, the PMI is a combination of all these frameworks put together, and you can decide at what instance which framework will work. It's like saying if I'm come for a specific project, it may not be fit for another project. Likewise, if I'm using Kanban for another project, Kanban may not be a complete fit for another project. How we are going to arrive at a combination of frameworks, those are all some things which I will be discussing as we proceed further down the line. Is this fine with you people for an understanding?
Yes, sir.
Great. So thank you so much. Essentially, the first topic which we will be talking about is the examination eligibility, the pattern, the prerequisites, and how the content is distributed, the tools and techniques and the domains and tasks for agile certification. Okay. And see, by the way, how many of you are PMP candidates, certified candidates, or how many of you are not PMP certified candidates?
This is Raj and I'm not certified.
Nobody is PMP certified?
No, sir.
Okay. So one thing is, the requirement is 2000 and 1000 for 2000 hours of general project management experience, or what you call as a waterfall method. And the second thing is a 1500 hour of experience on any agile project. You can be a Scrum Master, it can be a Scrum project, it can be a Kanban project, it can be an agile engineering project like an XP project. So essentially, if it is a bachelor's degree, you will be required to showcase 2000 hours of general project management experience, which is also called as a waterfall project experience. And the second thing is the 1500 hours, which is working on any agile project on any other kind of a framework. However, if your experience is only on agile projects, then we will have an offline discussion on how we can go ahead and fill the form so that we can showcase the agile project experience. The second thing is, those of you who are high school candidates, you need to showcase 4000 plus 1500 hours of experience, and this contact is the 21 hours of PDUs or from the registered education provider, which is XLR in our instance, right? And the distribution of questions is, we have agile tools and techniques, which is 50%, and the agile knowledge and skills. You will be required to complete 120 questions, of which 100 questions are scored questions and 20 questions are also called as mock questions. The idea behind giving a mock question is, this question will be considered for later inclusion into the database. Let us say, supposing at any point in time at a location, 100 candidates are appearing for Agile Certified Practitioner, and for 1 or 2 questions, all the 100 candidates are facing a mistake, or getting a mistake, then there is a problem in the question. So those kind of consideration, you will have 20 questions, which is also called as test questions, and the duration is 3 hours. See, essentially, if you're looking at it from the difficulty perspective, your PMP is one of the most difficult certifications from PMI. However, the great news in the discussion here is PMI.ACP is not as difficult as PMP is, but it is not to be taken for granted. You can't just take it as a cakewalk. You have to prepare at least for 1 month before you go ahead and take this question. So this is in short regarding the presentation and the how we are going to go ahead and prepare for the examination. The distribution of this examination will be on agile tools and techniques and agile knowledge and skills, which we will be covering in terms of level 1, level 2 and level 3. If you look at this, you will have communications, agile planning, monitoring and adapting, agile estimation, agile analysis and design, product quality, soft skills negotiation, value-based prioritization, project risk management and metrics, along with value stream analysis. Before I actually get into details of all these sections, I would like to understand, some of the two of you would have got experience on traditional software development method or waterfall method.
Sir, on both.
Yeah.
Agile also.
Sorry?
Sir, I worked on both model, like a waterfall method also.
Oh, great. What about you, sir?
Yeah, Shishadri, I have experience on both. Currently, I'm working on Agile.
So you have got experience in working on both Agile projects and in waterfall projects. Great. So, see, if you look at this, is this visible? I've just reduced the size so that we can fit it into the screen. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Or is it too small?
It's a bit small. We'll make it 75.
Okay. Now is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it is not comfortable with you, like, you can reduce it. I have one doubt because I see a lot of people, a couple of things like Scrum Certified Master and Prince Certified Practitioner. Like, what is this Prince got to do with the project management? Like,
good question. See, the primary project certification body is what you call as Project Management Institute, which is located in Pennsylvania, in the United States of America. However, there is another certification body from the United Kingdom and the European nations, which is called as Prince2. Abbreviation for Prince is Projects in Controlled Environments. It is another certifying body which talks about their value. See, typically, if you look at it, it's going to be a conflict between the United States versus the non-United States. That's the bottom line. The PMI certification was the oldest entrant, and they are trying to make it as a standard. However, these Prince2 and related bodies are trying to make it a European nation. However, if you look at it, when you're trying to talk about it from a knowledge-based perspective, the PMI has greater knowledge because you have to sit down and prepare, and they are understanding this Deeper understanding is required, which makes you a better value driven professional. Is it okay for Prince too?
Yeah, I'm absolutely okay with that.
And the Scrum study, as I told you, there are many bodies which are actually offering. Yeah, I've not got too much into details because if I start going on, then that will be a complete session in itself. And I don't want that to hijack the contents of today's session. So essentially, this Scrum study, Scrum study is another certifying body which is offering the essentials of Scrum so that we can get started. Okay, we will understand why we need to get started on Scrum. That will be covered as a part of Scrum as a framework tomorrow. Today will be on the understanding of agile tools and techniques, communications, and the agile analysis. Okay. The reason why I actually halted is this good enough, or do you want any more questions?
No, sir. Fine. I'm fine with it. You can.
Okay. See, essentially, what do you think is the basic difference between a plan and planning?
Plan is already prepared and plan continue.
Okay. Okay. See, the idea is a plan is something like a blueprint. It is fixed, written on stone. But if there is a change that needs to come into picture, do you think your traditional software development model or waterfall model allows a reason for a change, flexibility to change?
No.
How flexible you were when your customers came up to you and they told that we need to alter something in your waterfall driven projects? Were you very happy when they tried to change something?
No, sir.
You were not happy, right? Because change is always going to talk about more work. However, if you look at it from an agile project or perspective, agility gives you the flexibility to change things because eventually it is for the customer whom you are going to deliver value. And if you're not delivering value to the customer, then you're not going to deliver value to anybody. So plan is something that is fixed. Planning is something that is iterative and it becomes incremental. We'll understand how a sprint, all those time boxing features as we go ahead the course of the program. Fine? Yes. These are the domains and tasks for agile certification. One thing is value driven delivery, stakeholder engagement, boosting team performance processes and practices, adaptive planning, problem detection and resolution, and then continuous improvement, which talks about people, process, and the product. Okay, right. So how many of you have actually heard of Scrum as a framework? Almost everyone, right? You all heard of Scrum as a process framework?
Yeah.
Also, you are asking something.
Yes. How many of you have actually heard of Scrum as a framework?
I have heard about it.
You have heard of Scrum as a framework.
Read about it.
Okay.
Yes.
So, do you think there is any difference between Agile and Scrum, or do you think both of them are same?
Sir, Agile is a broader concept which includes Scrum itself, right?
Excellent. That is what we need to understand. So, essentially, we need to understand that Scrum is a framework which imbibes Agile principles, and Agile, per definition, is a broader philosophy in definition, and there are many approaches towards having Agile as a philosophy. One is Scrum, the other is Kanban, the other is Lean, the other is Agile engineering practices. So typically, if you look at it from the Scrum framework, which we will be getting in detail, this is just a snapshot. You have an artifact called as a product backlog, the sprint planning meeting, which is another event, and then the sprint backlog creation. You have a 1 or 4 week sprint. Then there is a daily Scrum meeting, and then you have a sprint review, the finished work, and a sprint retrospective. You also have information radiators called as burn up and burn down charts. The details of this I will be explaining to you as we get into Scrum as a framework. So to summarize what Agile is all about is a group of software development frameworks or methods which are based on incremental and iterative development. And requirements and solutions evolve through collaboration and self-organizing and cross-functional teams. What do you think is a cross-functional team?
Sir, like there are four, one is working on some different, like a developer, one is working with tester. But sometimes it may be required that tester can go ahead and fix some issues which is coming in the development, or
Okay.
working in like a Oracle apps, like in there are so many modules. Like one is working on GL, another working in account payables. But certain time it may be possible that KP working on one module may have the knowledge of other module also, so that in the situation in which another is unavailable, he can fix it.
Very good, very good. What about user? You're Murali, right?
This is Rajkumar Shishan.
Oh, this is Raj. Okay, yes, Raj.
According to me, cross-functional is like having multiple skill sets where you can put your hands on a collaborative method.
Okay. See, it is essential. If you are talking about a cross-functional team, it is essentially about having a tester and a developer. Talking about Agile from a software development perspective. See, a conventional or a predictive approach had a team of full developers working separately, a team of testers working separately, and it was a typical tug of war saying the developer is always right, the tester is always right. So at the end scenario, the customer had a problem. See, by the way, I'm not saying that waterfall is not a bad method or a framework. In fact, there are projects, if you think you know the full requirements upfront and there is not much change in the entire execution of a project, waterfall works like a charm. You don't need to interrogate whether waterfall is going to work or not. Waterfall has been used for quite a long time, and this has actually brought us to the stage where we need to understand at a point in time, will waterfall work or will non-waterfall work? A cross-functional team is actually a combination of a tester and a developer working together, so that it is not about who is right and who is wrong. It is about how we can collaborate and how we can take forward the spirit of Agile, which talks about customer satisfaction and value-based delivery. The second thing, now we talked about a third thing. We spoke about promoting adaptive planning and evolutionary development and delivery. See, adaptive planning essentially talks about iterative and incremental delivery. An iteration is a series of steps which we are repeating recursively to ensure that the value is added one by one. And a series of iterations will actually increase a value and that becomes an increment. An adaptive project is a combination of both iterative and incremental approach. And as the project evolves, it becomes evolutionary development, which gets delivered and which definitely has value. See, we are actually fixing the time box. What do you think is a typical time frame for a Scrum project? Is it going to be 1 week, 2 weeks, or how is it worked in your organization? How long do you take to deliver a value or a PSPI in a Scrum project?
Sir, mostly 2 to 3 months, sir, not more than
2 to 3 months.
Means, sir, practically I am saying it, but actually it's not more than 1 month. In 1 month, we have to fix it. Like, means we have to
1 month. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Raj. What about you, Raj?
I feel it would be 3 weeks max.
3 weeks. Yeah, I know we are not actually seeing face to face, but I would like to have your collaboration so that we will mimic the session and we will ensure that you take maximum delivery out of the session, right?
Yeah, I'm also interacting with you in the chat.
Okay. I have actually not seen the chat session because I'm in this window. Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay, great. Okay. See, if you look at this, the time box is something we need to understand, and it is something that we have actually seen on a day in, day out basis. Okay. I will ask you guys one simple question to understand the concept of a time box. How many of you prefer tea or coffee? You like tea or coffee, right?
Yes, sir.
I like both.
You all like tea and coffee. Do you like to have tea, coffee? I'm not talking about cold coffee or cold tea. How do you like to have tea? Normal tea. Would you like to have it hot or would you like to have it cold?
Hot, sir.
Hot, right? Now, let us say I'm giving you people hot tea, and without giving you hot tea immediately, I will wait for 25 minutes. I just keep it somewhere, and after that it becomes cold. It loses heat, right? Do you think the tea which has become cold has the value which it had when it was hot?
No.
No, right? Yes, right? So that is precisely the importance of a time box. If something is not delivered to a customer on time, it ceases to have the value which it thought it initially had. You give your customer hot tea, you have value. You give your customer cold tea, it loses value. That is exactly the factor behind a time box. I need to deliver value within the given time framework. And down the line, we will understand why it is 2 to 3 weeks. There are psychological reasons behind putting a 2 to 3 week barrier to ensure that you deliver maximum value. And the fourth entity talks about rapid and flexible response to change. Response, right? Okay. Now we need to understand a basic difference between response and reaction. What do you think is a reaction?
Reaction is something that gives feedbacks for a situation. Response is something that feeds back for a situation, like that reacts for a situation.
Okay. What about
reaction
you?
The reaction is a result of reaction is a result of action, sir. Every action has a reaction. So if you are going to face any action, definitely you will react.
Okay. I'll tell you this. Let us say I am sitting in your class and I come and hit you. Okay. What's a normal instinct in behavior? If I hit you, what do you think will?
Hit back, sir.
You want to hit back, right? So an instinctive behavior is what you call as reaction. Okay. Now, if I hit you and you think, why did I actually hit you? Do you think there is any specific reason I came and hit you at that point in time? You put a thinking component in that reaction. What happens? The thinking component essentially gravitates your thinking in the way it was not naturally happening earlier, and then you decide to react in a different pattern. That calculated thinking component of a reaction is what you call as responsiveness. That is why we talk about flexible responsiveness to change and not flexible reaction to change. Reaction is instinctive. It may be right, it may be wrong. Responsiveness is always right, because a human mind thinking component has been introduced into the entire delivery process, right? That is why it is called as rapid and flexible responsiveness to change. Now, if you go a step deeper, you understand that a conceptual framework that promotes foreseen interactions throughout the development cycle is what you call as Agile. And the Agile Manifesto is what that was introduced in 2001. We will try to go through that. So far, so good?
Yes, fine.
Great. Okay. Now, this is something which I think I just spoke to you guys some time back. We were talking about the primary difference between waterfall and agile. They wanted to understand that having a detailed documentation of process and execution was something that used to work well for requirements that were known clearly upfront and for requirements that did not change over time. I will give you an example of a project which did not have much changes or how we are going to go ahead and execute. Supposing I am developing a store-based solution for inventory management only for 500 items. There are going to be only 3. By the way, how many of you have actually seen a store-based solution in a shopping mall or in a shop? You have all seen a store-based computer where you do the billing?
Right, sir.
Yes, right. Now, it's a small departmental store. You have only 500 or maximum 1000 items on the shelf. And there are only going to be 3 people who are going to use the solution. The store owner, the store manager, and the store worker. Okay, the store is not going to have more than 1,000 inventory items. And let us say you people are given the task of developing the software solution for the store. Now, do you think there is going to be much scope for change? I have fixed the number of inventory items. One, I have fixed the number of people who are going to use this, and I know that the inventory items cannot exceed 1,000. Do you think I can use Agile for this kind of a framework? Do you think I can use Agile for a project where the requirements are pretty clear, it does not change? Do you think Agile actually works well for that kind of a scenario?
No, since it is already fixed.
It's already fixed, right? So since the requirements are already fixed, it is not that saying that Agile doesn't work. Agile is not one of the best fits for that kind of a scenario. Because when I'm having everything clearly defined upfront, then it doesn't make much sense for me to go ahead and execute the project in an agile manner, where the change is the only thing which we are looking at from a constant perspective. So that is one part of it. Yes, please. You asked a question?
No, sir.
Yeah. Now, let us say I am looking out for the same store scenario where I am having now I'm having the maximum number of inventory items as 1,00,000, and I know that this number of users which I am going to work on may be subject to change. I may be required to handle 5 or 6 kind of login personas, and we'll discuss on the concept of a persona in the subsequent slides as we go ahead. And the number of inventory items is 1,00,000 per geography. Let us say I am talking about a retail geography in Asia. Now, the inventory combination for a geography of the United States may not be 1,00,000. If it is going to be for the Middle East, it may be more than 2,00,000. Now, in such a kind of a scenario, do you think I can use waterfall? Do you think I can use agile, or a combination of both?
So since your value is bigger, so we can go for the agile way, because in constantly we need to take the feedback. Because
now I will give you one more challenge here. Let us say sorry.
I was telling like we can use both together.
Both together. Okay. See, I will take both the answers, but I will give you the description of the scenario, because this is one of the real-time scenarios which I executed. That's the reason why I put up this question intentionally. Now, it so happened that I am serving customers. Let us say I'm having around 200 stores in India. I'm having around 1,500 stores in Australasia, and I'm having around 2,000 stores in the Middle East, and I'm having 6,000 stores in the Americas. Do you think if I'm going to roll out a change, the change is going to be the same for all the geographies, or it is going to be different for different geographies?
It should be different.
it may be different.
You agree it's going to be different for different geographies, right? Now, it's the rule of the thumb says that all software products cannot be bug free, because bug is actually something that is introduced on account of humans working, right? You agree with me on that? Now, let us say there is a change which I have rolled out for a customer in the Australasia, and they are having around 1,500 stores, right? And there is a scenario by which all the 1,500 customers come to a halt and the system becomes a showstopper bug. Do you think if there is some kind of a change, and if I have to actually go ahead and work on that change, as a traditional software model, will it allow me the flexibility of changing if there is a bug?
No, sir.
No, right?
I hope that the traditional will not work here.
Exactly. See, now do you understand why I asked you this question? Now, at the same time, instead of rolling out to all the 1,500 customers, big bang, I will go ahead and roll out to 1 customer, 2 customers, 5 customers, 10 customers. Do you think if there is a challenge, I can go ahead and look at the challenge and then fix the challenge without it affecting the entire business?
No.
Yes.
Yes, right? Yes or no?
Sir, come again. Come again, sir.
Okay.
I said yes.
You said yes. Okay. Now comes the difference between listening and hearing. This is something which we need to understand as we course ahead in an agile project. Okay. All that you have actually been doing right now is hearing. When you need to actually get to the understanding of what we are going to deliver, you need to listen. This is something which you are actually going to explain, which you are going to understand as a part of the agile communication barrier. You have showcased it real time. I will give you an example. There are 1,500 customers in the Australasia, and I have developed an improvement. I have tested everything. I have ensured that everything is perfectly fine. All the checks and balances are fine, and I'm going to go ahead and roll out that software solution to all the 1,500 customers in that geography. All of a sudden, without my getting into the understanding how it actually happened, there's a showstopper bug. The system is not proceeding further. My entire business has come to a halt. Do you think this something which I could have anticipated by rolling out in one store, two stores, 10 stores, and then scaling it up to 1,500 stores? Or do you think I should have rolled out all the 1,500 stores?
Starting small is good always.
Exactly. This is the basis behind having an incremental approach. Now, if I know that there is a small problem, sorry, you asked me a question?
I did
Did you
not
people ask me a
ask.
question? Did you people ask me a question?
No, sir.
No, sir, like,
Oh, okay. Now, see, coming back to the same scenario, rolling out for one store, two stores, or three stores, you will be able to understand if at all there is going to be a teething problem. If there is a teething problem, we will be able to get inputs well in advance so that I can go ahead and incorporate the fix, and it does not affect the business from the larger perspective. Now, supposing I thought everything goes fine and I believed in the system and I went ahead and wrote out Big Bang, the entire business has come to a halt, which means to say that what was actually thought of as a predictive model was not a predictive model. It became an adaptive model. So I have to adapt to an existing bug, go ahead and fix that bug, and then after the bug has been removed, I go ahead and deploy the solution. Now the system works like a charm. If there is another problem which has come up, I will go ahead and fix that. So this incremental type of an approach where I go ahead and I fix all the challenges, or I'm delivering value to the customer with my incremental value in software, is what you call as an agile approach. And there is a manifesto which has been coined by the earliest agile alliance in the agile world, called as Agile Alliance. And this is what is the Agile Alliance. This is what they say. You asked about some questions regarding the frameworks, right? It is here.
Yeah. Okay.
Crystal is one framework. Adaptive software development. This is something which is to do with extreme programming. We will get to this as we talk about it tomorrow. Crystal.
Seshadri, I have a small doubt. Basically, it's like I just wanted to ask you this, like in this entire program, like, do we deal with something called as user stories?
We'll come to that. We'll come to
okay.
that.
This is also part of this this agile thing, right?
We'll come to that.
All right.
Okay.
We'll come to that. Don't worry. We will evolve over time. Don't worry.
Okay.
Come here. Okay. See, how many of you heard of something called as rational process?
The rationalization, I have heard it, like in our appraisal system, there is a rationalization.
Yes. This is what is called as a rational unified process, or RUP. Okay. Then Scrum is one common framework. We spoke about DSDM. Then we have also had a quick understanding on extreme programming as an engineering practice. Crystal as such is not widely used. We have something called as adaptive software development, feature-driven development. These are all part of what you call as lightweight agile engineering practices. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we will understand why agile projects have gained more dominance, or why they have become more popular. See, essentially, there are management consulting firms like Gartner who have taken a stock of the survey on understanding how things have been, or how favorable the software development companies are in towards delivering value to customer. what they have seen is the agile software frameworks essentially do not guarantee success every time, but the failure rate of the project is drastically come down. Because I gave you this example some time back, right? Instead of rolling out to all the 1,500 stores, big bang, if I roll out to one store, two store, three stores, five stores, what happens? I will know that there are possible chances of the situation failing, and I will go ahead and look at it from a warning perspective to ensure that my system does not fail. So what happens? Essentially, an agile framework becomes a leading indicator of success or leading indicator of failure. Why do you think this leading indicator or lag indicator is becoming very important in the discussion? If I know for a fact that I am dealing with uncertain requirements, and when the requirements are not fully clear, I will be very happy to know if the end result of my project is going to be successful or if it is going to be a failure. Now, if I know that I will roll out for one store, and if this problem is going to persist across all the 1,500 stores, I will ensure that I fix it so that there is not much problems are faced during the entire store solution rollout. And at this point in time, this agile framework comes in handy, and it helps us towards attaining the maximum customer satisfaction value. Is this clear? So far, so good? Is it okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yes. This is something which you need to see for you to understand what is this. What is the picture that is shown in here?
It's a waterfall.
It's a waterfall, right? Is this picture very clear?
It's I think it's loading basically, or maybe the picture is like that. You purposely made the picture.
Exactly. You remember during the start of the session, we try to understand the difference between plan and planning, right? Yeah. Essentially, there is something called as a big X factor upfront. What is this big X factor upfront? I will tell you. Big X factor upfront. We are used to having a design document which is around 300 pages. Okay, a requirements document which is around 500 pages, and then some testing scenarios which is around 400 pages, a development process which is going to be around 400 pages. Do you think all these four factors put together is of any great value to the customer?
Yes.
Design document worth 300 pages, is it of any value to customer?
No, the customer it is not okay.
For you it is of value, mind you. For you as a developer or a tester it is of value. For the customer it is no value, because I may be having a document which is around 300-400 pages in weight, but it does not add any value because I'm not going to feel the software solution. It is just 300 pages for me. So the idea that I am driving in this whole discussion is, unless I give all the requirements clear, and unless I'm going to do a clear estimation, unless I'm having a clear plan of how I'm going to deliver, the waterfall solution cannot deliver value, because I have a big complete requirements analysis, complete design, complete coding and unit testing, and then the complete testing activity, and then user acceptance testing, the performance approach, and then software rollout. All of these things, do you think it can happen in 1 month, 2 months, or 9 months, or 10 months? It depends on the complexity of a project, right? Typical software development timelines include somewhere around 6 months to 9 months, not lesser than that, if you're delivering a large solution. Now, where is the customer in the whole discussion? Do you think he's present anywhere in the discussion, or do you think he's nowhere in the discussion? Is the customer present anywhere in the discussion, or is he out of the discussion?
In the entire development process and delivery process, he's out of the discussion.
He's out of the customer, right? Now, that's excellent. That's exactly what I was looking out for. Now, supposing the customer says, I want to introduce a small change. Do you think you people will be very happy reciprocating that change?
No.
No, sir.
You won't, right? But then If the customer says, no, I want this change, what do people do? You go ahead and ask the customer to issue a change request, right? Now the change request will go through a common approval, formal approval committee, and then you analyze the impact of the change, and then it can either be accepted or rejected based on the complexity of the change and how much of timeline it takes to deliver value to the change, right? Now the entire process is it going to be a loss to the customer or a gain to the customer?
Okay.
If the customer is not able to incorporate the change,
The customer is not able to
He is not
incorporate
able.
the change.
it is not a gain, right?
Right, loss.
It is a loss to the customer. So the bottom line is, in a project where there are too many changes that need to be incorporated and where the customer is required to be present throughout, it is not a candidate for waterfall. In other, the bottom line is, if the customer is going to be present with you, waterfall is not at all the solution, because a waterfall essentially talks about having all the detailed factors upfront and then delivering value towards the end of the solution. And it may be in complete accordance with customers' requirement, it may not be, but then it calls for a detailed requirement factor upfront, and that may not be what the customer actually wants. Now, let us come to the concept of agile. Right? If you look at this entire phase, you have the analysis, design, building, testing, and delivering. Right? This is your traditional sequence of software, any kind of a value-based delivery towards customer. It can be software, it can be construction, it can be machinery, whatever it is. Supposing, hello, you asked a question?
No, I did not ask.
Okay. Supposing a customer, let us say, if there are not any changes in the analysis, design, build, testing, and delivery, and the solution is delivered at the end of the delivery phase, it's a candidate for waterfall or a traditional software development. If you look at it from an agile software development, you asked something called as user stories, right? Now,
Yeah.
have you all seen a requirements document?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? You have all seen a requirements document. Now, if I am giving some requirements in the form of stories, where a customer, let us say, I'll give you an example of a story. A customer says, I need a banking screen which is of 1366 cross 768 pixels.
Hello.
Hello, Sheshadri.
Hello. Vikas, are you able to hear Sheshadri?
No, yaar.
Maybe
I
like
think he's on mute.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
trying to connect back.
There was a quick network downtime. I had to go ahead and set it right. I'm sorry about this.
Absolutely no problem.
Okay. So where were we?
Yeah.
we were all about understanding the sequence of the software development, which is about analysis, design, building, testing, and delivering, which is a part of the entire requirements life cycle, be it a software development project or a construction or anything for that matter. However, when let me open an Excel sheet to show you how it actually works. You have an analysis.
Yeah, not able to hear, sir.
Please share your
Are you
screen.
able to see me?
Okay, you are not.
Not able to see me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are not able to see the screen.
They're not able to see the screen, is it?
Yeah.
Hey Lakshmi, will you be able to give me presentation rights?
Just a moment, Sheshad, I am giving.
Please.
Received now, Sheshadri?
Yes. Yes. Now it's working.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Visible, great. Okay. See, I'm just opening up an Excel worksheet for you to help you understand the prime difference between traditional development versus iterative and incremental development, which is also called as agile development. If you look at it, you have 5 stages: analysis, design, build, testing, and delivery. Right? So if you are able to see the working software after a large time frame, let us say a typically large project is executed after a minimum of 6 to 9 months. A mini project is executed within 1 month. These are all some common terms which we may want to remember by virtue of having been associated with multiple industries. This is what you call as a waterfall if all the approaches are done in sequence, one after the other. Now, let us say I have a sequence which talks about like this: analysis, design, build, test, deliver. Right? So this is, what is this? This is one sprint. Now I am doing the same thing. What happens? I am repeating all the project phases within one small sprint. Within one sprint, I am repeating analysis, design, build, test, and deliver. In the second sprint, I am doing the same: analysis, design, build, test, deliver. And in the third sprint, I am repeating the steps. At end of every sprint, the customer is actually able to see value that is being delivered. You guys are in line with what I'm trying to explain?
Right.
Yes.
It is a kind of iteration.
This is a kind of an excellent. This is what I was looking. This is a kind of an iterative and incremental approach. This is also called as agile, right? Now, in this entire thing, you need to understand there are 2 kinds of agile systems. One is called as the flow-based agile, and the other is the pull-based agile. Right? I will tell you what is this. Now, let us say you are working on a banking system project. A banking system project, you typically go ahead and deliver the first screen which is required, which is a typical username password screen to the customer. And then you have completely tested the entire requirement from end to end to ensure that a customer proper username, proper password, improper username, proper password, with all kinds of permutations and combinations. Now, one of the most important things in a banking screen development is your mock database, right? So for us to have a mock database, we need to enter the username, password, and that has to be validated in the backend database, and that message has to be displayed to the user. Now this entire sequence where I'm delivering entire value from stage A, stage B, stage C, and coming back to stage A is what you call as a flow-based agile. Typical systems include Scrum, Lean. Now, we are talking about your 2-week time box when it comes to delivering value to your customer, right? At any point in time within the 2-week time box, did your customers force you to have changes? Please think in your projects and let me know if your customer wanted you to change the requirements then and there. Yes, right? And your customer stories were altered in the sprint. Now, if you are working in a Scrum project, the rule of the thumb says that once the sprint backlog is ready, after the estimation and after the stories have been clearly signed off, within the 2 weeks, you are not supposed to alter the stories within that sprint. If there is an important change which has come, let it go back to the master artifact called as a product backlog. But within that sprint, you are not supposed to change that story. Supposing the customer says, I have to change this because what stories you're delivering is just of $10 in value, but this story which I'm going to deliver is going to be $10,000. Which do you think would you normally take? $10 in value or $10,000?
I'll go with 10,000.
$10,000, right? Now, if
And
you have actually
sorry to interrupt you. Like you were about to give an outline of the story, but we got disconnected. We were about to give an outline of the story, but we got disconnected. We were actually discussing what you were about to tell. Okay, what is the typical story is?
What is it? I am sorry. Your voice is also not very clear.
Okay. I'm trying to tell you like.
He's explaining the same thing with the story, like the 10,000 and the $10. So he's trying to explain the same thing, the concept of user story.
I'm explaining the same thing now. It's the same thing which I'm explaining.
No, actually, like you were about to give an outline of what your story is, and we got disconnected. So I was just highlighting that.
Okay, I've actually got into the story.
Oh, okay, sure.
This is the story that I was actually trying to explain. Okay. So now this $10 is not of much value and $10,000 is of immediate value. What will I do? I will go ahead and the person from the business, or the business expert, who's also called as a product owner, he says, I'll go ahead and cancel the sprint. But if you're constantly going to cancel every sprint, then there's something really wrong in the entire process, right? Every sprint cannot be canceled. So what will I do? I will put all my requirements in the backlog based on priority. And when an issue comes up with a high priority, I will go ahead, ensure that all my team members take up the tickets or the requirements which are on high priority, swarm or get close into action, and then deliver. So what is actually the team doing? They are pulling the requirements from the backlog. Is it a normal flow or is it not a flow-based agile in this case, if they are pulling the requirements?
It's a agile based, sir, but since you are not familiar with the environment, so you cannot go ahead with the sprint. Suppose if you are new to the customer,
both cases, the requirements are not clear. Requirements in both cases, the requirements are unclear. However, here, if there's a high business priority which has come in, and then if you have to deliver value, here you are not allowed to alter requirements within the backlog. But if here you need to alter the backlog, what do? I will ensure that all my team members focus on the requirement which becomes high in value. That kind of a system where the team focuses a requirement which is of high value by collectively grouping together is what you call as a pull-based system. This is also called as Kanban. Have you heard of this term?
Yes.
Typically, Scrum, Lean, and XP are what you call as flow-based systems, right? And this is a system where you are actually grouping in to bring in requirements at that point in time and deliver value which is of high priority is what you call as a pull-based agile. Mind, in all these things, the same thing happens. However, the difference is this analysis, design, build, test, deliver happens in a flow. And here, the analysis, design, build, test, deliver happens by a pull reaction. That is why it is called as a flow-based agile and a pull-based agile. This was actually the story I was trying to explain. Are you people familiar or clear with this now?
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, this is what we need to understand as a summary of the entire discussion. A traditional project, if you see here, the detailed plan is given more importance. The scope is fixed. You are not going to allow changes. Time and cost are derived. What?
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
Suppose you are saying that since the requirement is unclear, so if I talk about the agile methodology, so if I go to a customer which like in initial phase, in the transition phase, still he is placing the requirement, but still the requirement is not clear. So does the methodology starts from there itself, or once the requirement is coming in our bucket and then we will implement the agile methodology? Because if you keep
We'll
on
understand the concept of sprint zero as we get into understanding of an agile project. What you're talking about is the concept of sprint zero. We'll come to that. That's the next step of the agile project management. We'll come to that. Hold on. Please park your question for that. Okay. Right. What is this concept of a triple constraint?
time, cost,
Scope,
scope,
and then time. It's also called as schedule. Right? Now,
right, sir.
in all these things, let us talk about cost, scope, and schedule. Within these three things, which of these things you think is the most non-negotiable?
Time.
Okay,
Cost.
time. What about you, Raj?
I said time and cost.
Okay, you said time and cost. What about you? I didn't get your name.
Yeah, Vikas, sir.
Vikash.
Yeah.
What about you, Vikash?
Sir, I have till now, since we are talking about agile, so we can say it cost and
Most non-negotiable.
yes, and non-negotiable is or we can
Remember the
time and
example of
cost,
the
sir.
tea I gave in the morning.
So time and
Now do you understand? The most non-negotiable entity in any project management invariably happens to be time. All the other things can be negotiated, cannot be negotiated. But if there are features which have to be delivered, let us say I'm a garment store merchant and I'm having to deliver some bonus to my customers. And I'm going to segregate my customers in terms of the loyalty by which they're giving business to me for the past 2 weeks, 2 months, 6 months, 2 years, and so on and so forth. I want my software to calculate the discount rates which I'm going to give for all my customers, and I have to deliver it on the day of Deepavali or on the day of Holi. Do you think the software solution is going to be of any value if I'm going to deliver it outside Deepavali or Holi?
no, sir.
It makes no meaning, right? See, I am willing to invest cost and I'm willing to put in the scope that is needed, but if it's not delivered within that time box or the time value, it is of no use to me. It's a dead investment. Okay, so there comes the importance of a triple constraint, and one of the most non-negotiable entities is time. So bearing this in mind, we need to understand that in a traditional process, the scope is fixed and the time gets delivered. You are not allowing much room for change for a scope. And the documents are interim deliverables. We spoke about this 200, 300 page design document, and the final product is delivered at the end of the phase, which I'm sure you people would have all seen. Let us come to the same agile project management. Execution is given more importance. In other words, the detailed plan focus shifts from planning for that iteration, and the output of that sprint becomes very important. What is the next derivable term? The scope gets derived because I'm having a time box of 2 to 3 weeks. The operating cost you need to deliver value within the 2 to 3 weeks is fixed. The cost is not going to change much. and the scope becomes a derivative. And what is the most important thing or the takeaway? Business value is one of the most important things, and the scope is flexible. Change is accommodative. The project manager or the person who is actually leading and directing the team controls. Now, Vikash, I remember you talking to me about the command and control, right? I will give you an example of how this command and control versus self-organizing and this servant leadership comes into picture. Supposing, let us say, you're talking about a project where everything is fixed and there is not much room for a change. Do you think an agile, as we discussed, an agile project may not be the best fit for that kind of project? However, if there is a lot of change in the project, can you do a detailed plan if there's a lot of change?
No, sir.
No.
No, right? So do you think a conventional project management practice will work when you're dealing with projects that are dealing with much changes?
Conventional project with much changes? No.
No, right? That is where a team is actually empowered to deliver the value and the team controls the project. And here, this is where you need to understand. Conventional project versus the adaptive project. You're able to see my screen, right?
Right, sir.
Yeah.
The team members are your project manager, you have developers, testers, business analysts, you have stakeholders who are from the business. Now, in an adaptive project, the role of a project management becomes redundant, right? You need a person to control a team, but if you're dealing with a project that has got too many level of uncertainties, do you think a command control approach will work for that project?
No.
Too many uncertainties.
No, right?
No.
It is here that you have a person called as a servant leader. The servant leader for a Scrum project is called as a Scrum Master. For a Kanban, it is called as a Kanban Master. We'll understand those nomenclatures as we get into the frameworks. This developers, testers, business analysts, all of this is what you call as the development team. Collectively, they are called as a development team. There is nothing called as internally you may be having a role of a tester developer, but collectively they are called as a development team. There is nothing like but agile business analyst or a tester or agile developer. They comprise a lot called as a development team. And as usual, stakeholders or a person from the business is what you call as a product owner. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is how the primary difference between a conventional project and an adaptive project, where the command control mode does not work. In other words, the aspect of facilitating, leading, mentoring actually works. But do you think you can actually use these concepts for every kind of a project, or does it work only to specific projects?
It varies from project to project.
Excellent. You cannot use Agile for every project, right? In some projects where the requirements are clear, I don't need to be a servant leader. It is better that I be a project manager. However, if I'm going to work in a project where there are high level of uncertainty, this project management skills is not of much value. However, I need to understand what is being done in this project for me to transform myself from a conventional project manager to a servant leader. It becomes a Scrum Master for a Scrum project and a Kanban Master for a Kanban project. Is this understanding fine with you guys?
Right, sir.
Yeah. Can you go back to the Excel, please?
We'll be share this. I think XLR people will be sharing this presentation and the video at the end of the session. Am I right, Lakshmi?
Yeah, that
I'll
is
be sharing
there. I'm just hinting things down. Like I just want to know a few things.
You want to make a note of something?
Yeah. Can you go back to the Excel? No, the Excel. What you were
Excel,
explaining.
you want to see the Excel? Okay, fine. If
Yeah.
needed, I will share this with you as well.
Okay, that should be fine.
Yes, sir. You can share.
I'll share this with you. Not a big
I
deal.
have
I'll
one
share this with you guys. So I'll share these two as well with you guys if needed.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we move on to the next slide? Or do you... Sorry, Vikas.
Here you are in example you are showing, sir. One is the project manager in the conventional and the scrum master in the agile methodology. So, sir, means any basic means or one person who works in the conventional can fit into the agile methodology. Is it feasible?
I will come to that. That is precisely the content of the next slide. But before I go on to the next slide, I want to check with you guys if you want a short 2 or 3 minutes of a bio break.
Yeah, I was about to ask, like, we'll have a 5 minutes break.
We'll have a 5 minutes break.
Yeah.
Lakshmi will be having a 5 minutes break. It's around 11:27. We'll group at around 11:35.
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, Sheshadri.
Yeah. Lakshmi Sheshadri here. Is it going reasonably well? Just for those 2-3 minutes, man. Sorry about that. I didn't expect that. Okay. നന്നായിട്ട് പോകുന്നോ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടാണോ ഓക്കെ താങ്ക് യു Hello, are you there? Raj, are you there? And Vikash, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. I think I've lost presentation rights again. Lakshmi, can you please give me presentation rights?
Yeah, I will give it now. Yeah, one moment, Shashadri.
So we are welcoming back to the session. You are able to see my screen? I have shared my screen.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So today we are discussing in detail about the comparison of predictive software project management practices and adaptive, which is also a combination of incremental and iterative project management practices called as agile project management. The summary of that is a detailed plan in a traditional project is given more importance. Scope is fixed. The time and the cost factors are derived. Does not allow much room for change. You need to follow a detailed change control process for you to showcase change. And then project manager essentially leads and controls the team. And then the interim deliverables are documents. And the final product gets delivered to the customer at the end of the entire project, which can be around 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months, as the case may be. Let us do a comparison of it from agile project management, where a planning and execution is given more importance. The scope becomes derivative, and In this case, the customer's presence is a must. And here, the most important thing or the takeaway is a flexible scope, and change factor becomes accommodative. The team is empowered to deliver value because the team knows what dependencies can come in picture when they are working on a product backlog or when the requirements themselves are not very clear. Incremental product quality is delivered to the customer, and many a time, this is something that I would like to add to you guys before we go ahead to the next slide. Many a time we keep hearing that agile project means no documentation. Let us understand this one thing very clear. Agile never mentioned that there should be no documentation. Agile projects say that there is no documentation or comprehensive documentation. See, let us say I'm working on the first sprint, or as Vikash was talking, we are talking about the envisioning sprint or the beginning sprint. Will it be possible for me to predict the output of sprint number 4 or sprint number 5? I'm working on the envisioning sprint or the starting sprint. Will it be possible for me to showcase the output of sprint number 4 or sprint number 5 when I'm just working on sprint number 0?
I don't think it's eventually possible.
It is not possible, right? It cannot be possible because when I have not come to the executing sprint, how will I be able to predict the output of the sprint? And it is like saying I have to give documentation for a sprint when the sprint itself has not occurred. So when you're talking about a comprehensive documentation that only exists in your traditional software development project or waterfall project, where I'm doing a complete detailed analysis and a detailed documentation. However, in an agile project, I can have documentation only for that sprint or for a sprint which has elapsed, not for the subsequent sprint. I can provide the documentation only for the ongoing sprint or the sprint which is completed, not for the forthcoming sprint. So it is documentation just for that sprint or just for that iteration. We spoke about analysis, design, build, test, delivery. Remember, it is only for that iteration. This is only for in other words, only iteration specific. I will not be able to give a detailed documentation on all the sprints spanning over. If I'm working here, I can only give this which is for this sprint. So that is where the first difference comes in when you're saying detailed documentation doesn't come in picture. You will keep hearing these terms in your projects or in your offices that agile project does not mean detailed documentation. Detailed documentation means no documentation for the sprint which is not executed. Documentation can be given for the sprint which is executed. And there is another school of thought which says that agile means immediate delivery, and what you are delivering within 9 months, we can deliver within 9 days or 9 hours. Please understand, these are all myths. It cannot happen. What is going to happen within that timeline will definitely take that timeline. However, in a conventional project, you're undergoing a detailed plan. In other words, we spoke about a big X factor upfront. Remember, big X factor upfront. In an agile project, that big X factor does not happen. In other words, it is only something that is tutored or tailored for that iteration. So far, so good. Can you please give me your acceptance before we go on to the next topic for the Agile Manifesto?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
What is this big X factor?
Huh?
What is this big X factor?
Big X factor, very good. We spoke about this. Let me refresh this for you. Big design upfront. Big documentation upfront. Big scope changes upfront. If possible. Big plan upfront. Big development activity upfront. Big testing activity upfront. Big UAT or user acceptance testing upfront. Big rollout upfront. You remember I spoke about this 1,500 stores. You remember?
Yeah.
That is what you call as a big rollout. Now, instead of getting into detail saying big design, big documentation, big scope changes, big plan, big development and big testing and big UAT and rollout, we have put this as a big X factor. Anything that is detailed enough as a detailed execution plan becomes a detailed or a big X factor kind of a project. Do you think an agile project is a big X factor?
Big design.
Is an agile project a big X factor project?
Agile,
It's a small because we take the small yes sprint.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. So agile projects do not talk about big X factors. I can give activities only for the executing sprint or for the sprint which is completed. So this big X factor is missing in an agile project. Factor is absent in an agile project. So far, so good?
yes.
yeah.
Yes. Now, the Agile Alliance, you can go ahead and visit the site agilealliance.com. I'm just right. They are the team of people or a team of experts from Waterfall understood that the conventional waterfall processes cannot be used for adaptive processes, and then they came up with 4 letters, 4 combinations, which is called as an Agile Manifesto. In other words, if you look at it, the column A and column B represent 2 entities. Let us say, I'll give you an example. I'm coming up to Vikash and I say, hey Vikash, tomorrow morning there's a customer visit. I will need you to showcase software development module for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I need the testing reports for 1, 2, 3. And then if you can show me some instances where you tested for 4, it would be fine. Otherwise, not a great thing. But I need 1, 2, 3. What I will do is I will copy you and I will also copy your testing person so that both of them are aware of what needs to be done. At around 6:30, please show me the completed, and then after a 15-20 minute discussion, we can close this activity. You can come back tomorrow. Okay, this is instance 1. The second instance is I don't say anything to you. Instead, I just send a detailed mail saying do this, do this, do this, and there is no kind of a human interaction. Given any instance, which would you prefer? Would you prefer a project where there's some kind of a human interaction or where there's no human interaction?
Human value should be
interaction.
there.
Yes. Sometimes it's also scenario dependent. However, the first priority will always be a human interaction, right? That is where we have put in the first line item of the Agile Manifesto, which talks about individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Please understand that this processes and tools do not mean anything negative. They are meant to enable the entire activity. However, over time, what we have seen is processes and tools have started assuming importance over individuals and interactions. If I interact with you, you interact with me, and after that I say that I will use an email so that it becomes a document for reference. I give priority to interaction, and I'm giving this to you as an artifact so that if you have questions or you want to discuss in detail with me, you will refer to this artifact, right? Now, the second thing, let us try to make some logical pattern about this Agile Manifesto. Now, if I'm interacting with you, do you think what will be the next logical assumption? Will it be working software? Will it be responding to change, or will it be customer collaboration? Let us try to make a pattern out of this manifesto so that it becomes easy to remember. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Let us say now I have given you some work and you have come out and talked to me. What do you think is the next logical thing? Is it working software, responding to change, or customer collaboration?
The software what we are going to use.
Working
Sorry?
software.
Immediately, if I give you something, you'll start showing something working?
No, I mean,
then you're robos, man.
No, sir.
Then you're highly professional profiles. I need to meet you.
Robotics is
No, sir,
in
interaction.
go, right?
Collaboration, sir.
Huh?
We need
Next
some
level is
more.
robotics.
One at a time. Let us have Raj take the priority now.
No, I was just commenting that robotics is already in the market.
It's already there. Then I think I need to talk to you guys to understand more. My knowledge in that area is really less. As a disclaimer.
Sir, when you assign certain thing, definitely we want to discuss more on that before starting anything. Like if anything is like missing, suppose you have assigned something to me, right? So if I have certain questions, then ultimately it may be discussed on that day itself. And if I'm clear about it, definitely I will start working on that. And if you still have some,
so essentially, what are you doing? No, I'm stopping you there. Essentially, what are you doing? I am trying to discuss with you. And as I am discussing with you, what is it that you're doing? Are you developing working software? Are you responding to change? Are you having collaboration? That is what I wanted to know.
Okay.
What is the next logical sequence that falls in during an individual interaction end?
Sir, responding to a change.
Huh?
Sir, since you are asking for a change, right? So after individual, first you are saying that it should be individual interaction, right?
Okay. Did I ask anything for a change? I told I wanted this done. So is it talking about some change? Or is it some kind of a discussion? Or is it working software?
It should be kind of a discussion.
So what is this discussion normally represented in this manifesto?
Customer collaboration.
Excellent. That is what I wanted. I'm trying working with you guys to enable you to come out with a combination on this. Individuals and interactions given dominance over processes and tools essentially involves customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We spoke about customer presence and customer absence in agile projects, right? Now, when a customer is sitting next to you and when he says there's too much of a change, what happens? You're bringing in that aspect of change. Sometimes customers can get too nosy about this entire change and they started giving in too many changes. But then now you need to talk about this. So what is the next aspect after customer collaboration or contract negotiation?
Responding to change.
Excellent. Now do you understand how it makes sense? Yeah. Definitely there'll be at least 3 or 4 questions on the Agile Manifesto.
Right.
Now do you understand how these terms have been coined? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools eventually give rise to customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Essentially, who is writing the contract? Customers writing the contract, right? Because the contract is there and after the customer is present, what happens? You are responding to change. You remember, following a detailed plan essentially talks about a predictive model where everything is fixed. It's actually the big X factor, which I wrote for you guys some time back. Remember? Big X factor, detailed plan. Yeah. Output after 1, 2, 3 is what?
Working software.
Excellent. Now, in our offices, what is the first thing that all our people want?
Working software.
Understand? You understand where is the actual problem in most environments in the office? You say, I do not want item 1. I do not want item 2. I do not want item 3. See, essentially, I am not a supernatural creation or some spiritual guru who can weave things out of air and say this is working software. It's not going to work out, right? In other words, it's not something that is natural. So if we look at it from the closer perspective, all these entities essentially talk about something that is natural. Supernatural effects are not included in the manifesto. There's a different science altogether. It's a different agile science altogether. So the reason why I spent some time in helping you to understand this is you will have 3 or 4 questions on this agile manifesto. You will have something like individuals and interactions over following a plan. Is it right?
Yeah.
Individuals and interactions over following a plan. Is it right?
Individuals interactions.
Individuals and interactions over following a detailed plan. Is it right or wrong?
Just it's a bit confusing just thinking about it.
Please look at the Agile Manifesto which is being shared. and let me know individuals and
Individuals and
interactions
interactions is human interactions. Human
over
interactions.
over following a plan. Is it right or wrong?
It's right.
I told individuals and interactions over following a plan. Is it right or wrong?
I'm not sure.
I will give you a question. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. Individuals and interactions over following a plan. Individuals and interactions over contract negotiation. Individuals and interactions over comprehensive documentation. Please tell me which among the four is accepted or right.
Individuals and interactions over okay.
Process and tools. You will at least have 5 questions of this nature.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Please try to have this Agile manifesto ready, or please try to memorize this. It actually helps. You will be able to pocket 5 marks during course of your examination. Right? Shall we move on, or any specific questions?
Yeah, we'll have it.
Right. Yes. We will now try to understand something on Agile principles. Please understand, the entire principle of Agile is something which is to do with a larger science of theory. So I am trying to give in some real examples, because that is the way we will be able to correlate the actual science of Agile versus how it is actually executed real time. The first thing talks about value delivery to a customer. I will give you an example of a value delivery to a customer. How many of you have actually seen a pencil? You've all seen a pencil, right?
Yeah, I've seen a pencil.
You've all seen a pencil, right? Very good. Now, I will give you the steps to manufacture a pencil in an Agile project. You have 2 pieces of wood. Okay, that wood needs to be that wood needs to be created in a hexagonal manner, and then there should be a strong piece of lead or graphite which is cured, which should not be broken, and then that needs to be bound using some resin or some glue. Okay, so this is how a pencil is manufactured, right? Now, what I say is, I have 2 components of this wood portion of a pencil. I have this lead, right? Now, let me write something called as a feature of a pencil. In this pencil, I use a sharpener to sharpen my pencil so that I can make a legible mark on a piece of paper. Now, as I am writing on this paper, if the pencil lead constantly breaks, do you think this pencil is of any use to me?
No, sir.
Is this pencil lead of any use to me if the pencil keeps on breaking as I'm writing on the paper?
No, because my main purpose is to write. Pencil main
Huh?
use is to write. No, sir.
It is not of any use, right? Now, as I'm writing on the paper, if this pencil is making a mark which is smudging or which is completely dirtying my paper, do you think that pencil is of any use to me?
No.
Now, at the same time, as I'm writing on the paper, this pencil lead is tearing the paper. Do you think it's of any use to me?
No.
No, sir.
So, this is what I want to actually talk about. Continuous delivery and early delivery of customer, which is valuable. See, I'm delivering a pencil, but if the pencil does not meet the requirement of the customer, do you think it's of any use to me? Please consider this pencil, whichever I've given you as an example of the same software module. If the software is not of any use to me, if the software does not meet my basic requirements, or the software is doing something counterproductive to what I actually expected, it is not of any use to me, right? In that instance, you still have the software, but is it of any value to you?
No. No.
No.
This is the first priority, the first principle in an Agile project, to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Sorry. Now, I'm talking about the same principle of the pencil. Supposing this pencil is just a piece of pencil and I do not want to find another eraser to rub something. All I need to do is just erase something quickly. What do? I release a small increment by which I can fix this portion of an eraser behind a pencil. what happens? Agile process is now harnessing a change for the customer's competitive advantage. In other words, I don't need to invest specifically for a rubber or an eraser. I have a ready-made eraser which I can use then and there. If I want it clean, I can bring another eraser, but I have an eraser on hand. So don't you think it's a customer's competitive advantage, and it is welcoming a customer's requirement even late in the development? Are you able to understand conceptually where the application of an agile software development happens in your project life cycle?
Yeah, kind of not.
This I'm giving you an example of a pencil so that you can relate this to your real activity. If you go to software development and give you an example of that, but then scaling that requirement from software to a pencil becomes difficult. However, you can definitely scale from pencil and thought towards software. You let me know if you want to give an example of a software development or a pencil itself.
We can interrelate.
We can interrelate. Very good. Then what is it I do? What do you think I have actually done in course of this discussion? Tell me.
Yeah, any software which is of no use or service to the customer and which does not bring in value to the business is of no use.
I have actually executed first item, individual interaction, just by not seeing through the slide. In other words, I've been trying to collaborate with you. In other words, I'm actually trying to execute the component of this Agile manifesto. And I have also asked you, do you want me to give an example of a pencil, or do you want me to talk about the software system? What is it I have done? I have responded to change. At the end of it, what do I get? I ask you whether you have understood this, or do you want me to dwell deeper on this? What happens? I have got working software. Or in other words, the outcome which is actually expected out of our mutual discussion is something that has fruitified. In other words, you have understood the principle of the Agile Manifesto and how is it actually applied into real practice so that you can take this back to your software delivery. Now, do you understand how the correlation of the Agile Manifesto and Agile principle happens on a real-time basis?
Yeah.
Right, sir.
Okay. Let me know if you want me to give one more example, the same pencil. I will give you another where this Agile project does not have a value. You are talking about deliver working software frequently. From a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to a shorter time scale. You understood? Something that is non-negotiable is schedule. Why do you think you are delivering value within a shorter time scale? Because you can see maximum value being delivered at that point in time. And the fourth thing is business people, developers must work together daily throughout the project. If I'm working with you once in a month or once in a blue moon, do you think I can understand what you're saying?
No.
No.
The most important thing in point number 5 here is around motivated individuals. See, motivation is something that exists in both projects. However, the aspect of team empowerment is very high when it comes to an agile project. In other words, it is here where a servant leader comes into picture, facilitates the work done with the development team, and he gets the requirements drafted through the business representative called as the product owner. Right? And the other thing is the most effective and efficient. Okay, let us try to understand. What do you think is the basic difference between efficiency and effectiveness? What is efficiency, by the way? I say Raj is a very efficient developer, man. And then Vikash is a very efficient tester. What is the meaning of the word efficient?
The capacity of how they work.
Excellent. Capacity of the work. The ability to complete more work. Right? But do you think more efficiency means more quality?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, right? Right. Efficiency. Just let us try to understand this. Effectiveness and quality. What is quality?
Producing defectiveless service or product.
Okay. Efficiency is more work. Quality. Okay. I'll come to the same pencil example. If this pencil is tearing my paper, if it is smudging or damaging my paper, if it is not making a legible mark on my paper, do you think it is fit for use?
No.
No.
Can I say quality is nothing but fitness for purpose for which it is created?
Right.
Right.
Right? What is effectiveness? It is actually a combination of efficiency and quality by which I deliver better value.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
It is just not an open statement. It has a lot of meaning behind it. Effectiveness is actually delivering value. And how am I delivering value? You remember I spoke about a pencil which is actually capable of making a legible mark on the paper without damaging paper, without smudging the paper. And if I'm erasing that mark, it is not leaving stray marks. Now, I have given a small piece of eraser which I can rub off the paper if I made a mistake on that pencil. What happens? I have actually delivered value over the pencil. This is what is called as value-based delivery. And how am I getting it done? Most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and through is face-to-face communication. Why? Emails can mask your feeling. Can a face mask a feeling?
No.
Depends.
Right? You cannot. Emotions cannot be hidden from a face. There may be people who can hide emotions, but do you think it is possible to cheat yourself every time?
No.
No, sir.
Not possible, right? Body language will give it away. That is the basic bottom line here. Effective and efficient method of conveying information is from a face-to-face communication or conversation. Now, let us try to understand this, the sixth principle, the seventh principle. Working software is primarily the measure of progress. Okay. See, I have showcased this example of this pencil now. Instead of this pencil, I will give you a 700-page design document on how I am going to manufacture the pencil. Is it of any use to you as a business representative?
No.
Even 100 is
Right?
more, sir. No.
It is not, right? Unless I see the pieces of the pencil, I will not be able to say whether it is good or otherwise, right? The other thing is, the agile processes actually promote a sustainable pace of development. I will give you an example of what is this sustainable pace. Let us say today I have delivered 4 pieces of the material which is needed for the pencil to be manufactured. All of a sudden, now I start developing this pencil piece and it becomes 40 in number, and I see that at least 15 of them are bad in quality. So actually speaking, how much have I delivered? Earlier it was 4. Now I say I've delivered 40, but I see that 15 of them are bad. So how much of it is actually of quality? 40 minus 15?
25.
25, right? So now all of a sudden it becomes 250. Do you think this is a sustainable pace?
No.
4, 25, 250, 2500. It's an exponential pace. It is not a sustainable pace, right? Now, supposing I have 4 pieces, 6, 15, 12, 10. In other words, the difference between the upper limit and the lower limit is not very high. That is what you call as a sustainable pace. And how does a sustainable pace happen? I need to have everything with basis of a continuous attention. And that can happen when I'm having continuous attention to the technical assistance and good design. See, I may be writing some line. You're all working as a part of software development, or are you from a different industry altogether?
Software development.
Software, right?
IT
See,
industry.
Sorry?
IT.
IT, right? Okay. See, a good design normally comes with experience in writing modular code, right? What do you mean by modular code? Code that is not bulky or that does not have 100 lines when you are supposed to be delivering it within 10 lines, right? 100 lines of code does not necessarily mean that you have done an effective design of the code, right?
Right.
In other words, it says that the code should not be bulky. And one of the most important things is, sorry?
No, sir, go ahead. Actually, I was saying that when you develop a modular, then that becomes reusable in other areas also.
Exactly. that agility as an aspect, that is where I am talking about the next thing. See, you need to understand this simplicity. I am delivering a mock-up screen or a screen for a login page of my retail store on page 1. The next thing is I need to talk about database integration, and I'm going to talk about business owner integration on the number of inventory items. If I'm going to showcase all these things in case of sprint 1, do you think it is a very effective means of showcasing my sprint?
No.
Simplicity is just talking about what needs to be done for that sprint, for that iteration, or for that requirement by delivering maximum value and giving maximum focus on the work on hand. It does not mean to say I'm delivering all the things that is needed by the customer. This is where you have the clear distinction between efficiency, quality, and effectiveness. And here, the most important thing, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. Why do you think we spend so much of time on a self-organizing team? Essentially, a self-organizing team talks about collaboration and cross-functional aspect of a diverse person working together. Let us say Vikash is a tester and then Raj is a developer. Typically, testers and developers never work together, right? Correct me if I'm saying something incorrect. A developer
Yes,
and a
correct.
tester, if they are working hand, I think I find out working. But
In
a typical agile ecosystem talks about
and I
organizing
think
team. Sorry, yes, Raj.
your voice was breaking badly. So, and I was about to tell, like, in an agile environment, developers and testers may have to be together when facing the client.
Yes, exactly. That is what I'm coming over to. See,
Oh,
the
okay.
self-organizing team comes with a high level of maturity. Irrespective of fact I'm a developer, irrespective of fact I'm a tester, I'm delivering value to the business. And it is all about my delivering value without saying that I am right, he is wrong. He is right, I am wrong. No, that finger pointing scenario does not work here. In other words, I am working for a common purpose, for a common requirement, and that forms part of a self-organizing. Please compare a concept of a self-organizing team to two bullocks. Have you ever seen a bullock cart having two bulls drawing a cart?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, right? Assume one of the bulls to be a developer, the second bull to be a tester. If either bull does not cooperate, who's going to be suffering?
Cut.
The person who is riding the
The
bull.
person driving the cart, right? No matter
Right.
how he beats the two bulls, the cart is not going to move. Supposing the two
Right.
bulls say, okay, despite all our differences, let us work together, common goal. The customer needs to go from location A to location B. That is what is called as a self-organizing behavior, where I let go of all my internal differences and look at things from a larger perspective. So what happens? You're not looking at efficiency, you are becoming effective, and then you are adjusting the behavior accordingly so that I deliver maximum value to customer. Understand? Any questions on this agile principle and the manifesto?
No.
So far, so good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Then we will now go to the next topic, which is called as agile methodologies or agile frameworks, which I think we have discussed in the beginning of the session itself. During the beginning of the session, what we have actually seen is we have something called as Scrum. The other thing which is called as Kanban. The third thing is what is called as an agile engineering practice, which is also called as test-driven development, behavior-driven development. These things are not there in a slide. I will be discussing this with you when we come to the appropriate section. Feature-driven development, open unified process, agile data method, essential unified process, lean software development. These are all frameworks. It is like saying agile is a large philosophy, just like how all the rivers, ponds, lakes, and all water bodies essentially merge with the ocean, which is the largest, the presence of all the water bodies. Agile as such is a large philosophy. All of these are all frameworks which is essentially going to take you to that location. Without actually saying that I'm taking you to the location, you are following the philosophy by incorporating principles of agile. So these are all some frameworks which we are essentially going to deal with. And of all these things, Scrum is one very popular framework which we will be giving more attention, because Scrum is actually called as a lightweight agile framework. During course of our discussion Scrum, I will show you some 2 or 3 small videos, and then we can go ahead and understand the larger picture of Scrum. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Vikash was actually talking about a requirement factor where technology, requirements, code complexity, what framework to choose at what instance, right? This framework is what you call as a, I will tell you this. It's what you call as a Sinafin framework. The Sinafin framework is there, but it was coined by 2 scientists, Sinafin and there was one more scientist, I don't exactly remember the name. You can search for this name in Google, and you will be able to see a graph which talks about finding out which framework or which process needs to be used for a kind of a project as per the customer's requirement. I will now try to explain this with a small window here. Okay, let me use Excel to help understand this. Let me try to redraw the cells more.
I am not able to see your screen.
Not able to see the screen.
Yeah, we see only the slide.
Yes,
Oh yeah, now.
Are you not able to see the Excel?
Now
No.
able to now able to see the screen.
You're able to see the screen?
No, I'm not able to.
You're able to see the screen now?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, myself.
We can see agile methodologies. That slide.
Yeah, we can only see the slide.
Which one? The spectrum of complexity, agile methodologies. Okay, now?
Yeah, I'm able to see Excel also and the slide also, both. The Excel that you are working.
Challenge in the refresh. Can you just refresh the screen so that you can see the discussion on the framework and which framework needs to be chosen for which application?
You want me to refresh the screen?
Lakshmi, is it wise to go ahead and refresh the screen?
Yeah, let them. Even I am able to see only that agile methodologies.
Okay, now the spectrum has come up. Yeah, now I'm able to see your activity.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Essentially, any process. Okay. What is a process? It is a series of steps with which we can showcase a desired model of output for a customer. Right? A process essentially talks about how you get started on an activity, what are the stages that need to be done on an activity, and how is the activity going to come to a closure. You remember we spoke about analysis, design, build, test, deliver, right? All these stages are all what you call as a process. Now,
So one sprint can be equivalent to one process.
Not a sprint. The analysis is a process. Design is a process. Each of the individual activities become a process.
Okay, so these processes make up a sprint.
Exactly. I'll come to that. Okay. Okay, I'll give an example. You all got access cards in your office to enter office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let us say what are the steps that you need to do to enter your office. You need to showcase your badge to the security guard. You need to showcase this in the entrance of your office where your attendance gets registered in the office. Then you go and put your bags in your place. You sign into your access. If it is an ODC, you need to mark special access to your ODC. Then you go to your machine or your laptop, turn on the laptop, have some water, and then you start on the work. And then you try to organize your process. And then if there's a meeting, ad hoc meeting, check through your mails. And then if there's nothing very important, go ahead, grab a cup of tea, come back to your place, start your work, and then the series of activities will be repeated, right? Now, I will give you an instance. During course of your activity, if you find that you forgot to sign out of your place, that flag to sign into that place is now blocked, right? Your access card, if you have forgotten to sign out, that flag now shows that you are already signed in. It does not show that you are signed out. So if I'm going to sign in again, will it allow you to sign in again?
All
right.
Technically, no.
Not. Technically, no, yeah. but
in our office, it allows us.
Yeah,
There's a bidirectional. That is called as a bidirectional access card. Typically, not everybody will be given bidirectional access card. That's called as a bidirectional access card. But the common rule of the thumb is, if my access card is not working, if I've forgotten to sign out, then you need to call up the guys from the support center. They will see where it has to be activated, or you go ahead, you sign out again, sign in again, and do that. Do you think there's too much of thinking involved in doing all these activities? Is it too much of logic that is involved in doing these activities?
What sort of logic?
Is it some kind of a complex science logic where, oh God, I'm unable to sign into the room. What do? I'm stuck.
No, sir.
Some kind of that kind of a logic?
No.
Go ahead, sign out again, sign in, and then come out, right? So it's a series of methodical steps that you need to do to get ahead and solve the customer's problem. This is what you call as a predictive process. Understand from where I'm coming in? A series of steps which can actually be done to ensure that the process or the activity is delivered. This is what you call as a predictive process. L1 support, immediate support. This is what you call as a sense, analyze, respond. Now, this is what you call as a simple process. A simple process or a predictive process. Now, here things start becoming more difficult, a bit difficult. Supposing I am trying to work on an integration framework of a legacy system of banking for customers in the Middle East who have got a database worth 55 years. Do you think it is possible for me to do a sense, analyze, respond?
No, sir.
Can you please repeat the question?
I'll repeat the question. You have got a customer from the Middle East who has got banking database worth 55 years on a mainframe, and he had designed that system using some COBOL or Fortran or whatever the language that was there at that point in time, 55 years back. Do you think I can use a simple process or a predictive process to go ahead and change the data that existed 55 years back towards this thing which is there for the today's requirement?
No.
Why?
Because the amount of data which is accumulated is very high, sir. 55 years data is very large amount of data.
With the sufficient amount of time, I think it can be done.
Sufficient amount of time. That is the key word there. So what happens is, it is not a straightforward process. Right?
Yeah.
It's not at all a straightforward process. I need to do some level of investigation.
Yeah, and here the situation is a little bit complex because analyzing a 55 years data is not so easy.
Precisely. Now you guys are given your agile practitioners today itself, man. That is why it is called as a. It's not a it is not a complex process. It's a complicated process. Okay. So in other words, what is it that I'm doing is I am trying to investigate the problem. In other words, my straightforward, detailed, predictive steps of analysis, design, build, test, deliver is not going to give me straightforward results. I need to do some more R&D. Typically speaking, all research projects are all part of this kind of a framework. This is what is called as a complicated project. In this framework, you use Scrum, a combination of predictive waterfall. I told you about this mainframe thing, right? It may be possible to use waterfall to some extent, and the whole thing can be used using Scrum, extreme programming, okay, Kanban, Lean, okay, work well here. Sometimes you need to have a combination of Scrum and Kanban, or right? These are some combination processes which need to be done in this. Is it clear until now? This is called as a complicated process. Now, supposing the relationship between the cause and the action is not at all clear. In other words, I am trying to find out why some activity has happened. See, I'll give you an example. Supposing, okay, I'll give you an example. A typical human mind has 4 centers of thinking. Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Right? Essentially, the human mind operates on 4 thinking patterns. One thing is what you call as known knowns. I know the series of steps I need to get done with my work. I don't need to break my head over this. This is called as a known process. See, I need to know, this has to be done. In other words, I am not very sure how it has to be done, but I definitely know the results. In other words, knowledge of outcome is important. Okay. In this case, if you see, I know the outcome, how it will come. So I can use a combination of a predictive process and an adaptive process, also known as an agile framework. Are you fine with me until now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Now it is here that things start becoming really dirty. What happens is relationship between cause and outcome totally disconnected. Do you think it is possible? Yeah, sorry, you asked me a question.
No.
No.
Do you think it is possible for me to use a predictive process where I absolutely have no clue on the cause and I have no clue on the outcome? Do you think I can use waterfall here in the 3rd quadrant?
Sorry, sir.
Or does it make any sense for me to use waterfall here?
The analyze probe you're talking.
Huh?
So where you're asking? Do we?
The 3rd quadrant here. Okay, let me do a bit of a fill to say, to distinguish. I'll say this is green, right? Everything is clear. Here I'll say it is a bit orange. Okay.
So here it is totally different, because the cause and outcome is, if there is no relation, then how can we decide that which one is affecting which one?
So what color do you want me to choose? Shall I put this brown or this brown?
Yeah, fine.
I have not chosen red for a specific purpose. I'll tell you why. Okay, totally
Okay.
disconnected. In this case, we use Scrum, Kanban, Lean, XP Scrum, Scrumban. Waterfall has no presence in this region. In other words, I do not know for what am I actually going to execute this project. It becomes a complete research initiative. Or the customer himself does not know what is going to be the outcome of the project. Right?
Right.
Completely unknown. This is what you call as a complex process. Sure, no, understand. As the requirement certainty diverges, you see how the color changes. Now, the fourth thing, what is this DIY? Don't say die. What is DIY?
Deployment index, something like that, sir. Okay, did it here.
Okay. You know why I have specifically marked the color red? Okay, I will give you an example. Let us say you're working on the 10th floor. How many of you are from Chennai? Were from Chennai during the course of flood?
I wasn't. I'm from Chennai.
You're from Chennai, right? What about Vikash?
So I am from Delhi.
You're from Delhi, right? Okay. I'll give you an example. I'm sure you have heard quite a bit about the floods in Chennai, right?
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heard it.
Right? Now, supposing I'm working on the 4th floor of a building. I am working on a customer project where the building is of utmost importance. All of a sudden, water has started to enter my building. And I am seeing that I am so absorbed in my project that I find out after some time my pants have become wet and I am seeing water everywhere. Do you think I will look out for a logbook to say how I can escape out of a building when there is water in a floor? Or what is the most instinctive thing that you will do? Will you respond or will you react there?
Respond.
React, sir.
You will react here. Understand? React. Do what is best for the situation.
Right.
That is called as a do it yourself. Let us try to wrap the text. Do what is best for the situation. That is what is called as a do it or the absolute chaos. Do you want an example of chaos?
No, sir. Clear.
Water inside the 4th floor of a building, and you are in the middle of a customer delivery. You do not know what to do, whether to save your customer, to save yourself, right? Or water has come to a state where you will be drowned. What will you do? Escape, right? You will not think or you will not read out a book to find out how you are going to escape from the situation. That is what is called as do it yourself or absolute chaos. So essentially what we need to understand is what kind of a framework are we going to use to solve any given problem situation or a challenge. Now this known unknowns is in quadrant 1. Okay, known unknowns is in combination of quadrant 1 comma quadrant 2. Define. Unknown unknowns now fall part of both quadrant 2 and quadrant 3. Unknown unknowns is in the quadrant 3 and largely in quadrant 4. Are you now clear on how we have done the classification?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
This understanding of this framework is very important for us to proceed. How the choice of a framework actually affects the success factor or the failure project factor of a project. We keep hearing this term in our offices, right? Agile doesn't work for us. Agile is a failure. Tell me how many of you have not heard of that kind of a statement?
I have heard.
Everybody hears. Not you, everybody hears. The reason is you do not know what framework to choose for what kind of a project. See, if you think you can use a knife for cutting vegetables, you should only use for cutting vegetables, not for doing something illegal. And then if you use a knife for doing something illegal, do you think it's a problem with the knife or is it a problem with the person who's using the knife? This is where the selection of a framework comes into picture. So is it clear on how this framework comes into picture, the factor of certainty versus uncertainty? Are you clear on this or do you have any specific questions on this?
Sir, I have one question.
Please.
Here we have the make the 4 quadrants like known and unknown basis. So known and unknown we are talking about like the probe sense and the analyze probe, right now. In these two concepts we were only classifying these 4 quadrants, right?
Which one?
Sir, if I am talking about known and unknown, like in the first quadrant green, if I say that analyze, probe, and sense respond. So which one is known? Here both one is known to me, right? Means
everything is a predictive process.
Right, sir. In the second quadrant, if I go, that is the yellow one. Here it is one thing is known, another one is unknown, right? And in the third quadrant,
combination of two.
Right, sir, right. So I am just saying that on the basis of these two concepts only, analyze probe and sense probe. Means
exactly.
These two are clear. Okay, go ahead, sir.
This is also called as a combination of Scrum and Agile model and a predictive model. It is also called as a hybrid model. Okay, I'm sure you would have heard of this term, hybrid project. A hybrid project takes care of both a predictive project and an agile project. The third thing does not talk about a hybrid project. It's a complete adaptive project. It is called as a complex process. The fourth thing is absolute chaos. Do whatever you want. I want to get myself out of this problem. So in other words, there is absolutely no relationship, or I am not in a position to understand what is the cause, what is the reaction. I have to escape. I have to come out of this problem. That is chaos. So mostly in Q4. Right? Is this clear? So far, so good?
Yeah.
Are you clear with this? Can you please give me a token of acceptance? Because this understanding is very important for us to proceed to the next stage of the understanding.
So
or are you still unclear?
No, sir, clear. But I have one question. Agile methodology, I have here you have mentioned like the Scrum, Kanban, Lean, Scrum, and for the predictive one, which one is?
Predictive is just waterfall.
Okay.
Okay, you want me? I'll put in a predictive here. Let me give in. Predictive is also called as predictive process. See, I given a predictive process for a name because you know the result between the cause and the action. It is pretty clear, straightforward. Not much logic or not much thinking is needed.
Okay, sir. Clear.
Okay, now do you understand? The aim of any project activity is to actually have all the activities here, because if it is certain here, I can monitor the activity and I can get business running as usual. Do you think it is very easy for me to run business here, or here, or here? Here it is absolute noise. It is very difficult to run the business here. But for me to run the business, I need to ensure that I need to understand how am I going to change the activities which are in this quadrant to this quadrant so that I can bring in some level of control over the project. Right?
Right.
This is absolute no control. I can do nothing on this. But for me to bring in some control, I need to bring into this quadrant. And for me to have a better level of control, I need to move in from this quadrant to this quadrant. Right?
Yes.
And for me to have the maximum control, I need to bring it from here to here. Now, do you understand? Essentially, the aim of the project execution scenario is about moving the level of uncertainty and the factor of uncertainty towards complete black box towards a bright light. This is the process called as business transformation. Have you heard of this word transformation anywhere?
Right, sir. Heard it.
This is what is called as business transformation. Movement from uncertainty to certainty is business transformation. If an individual does it, it is called as individual transformation. If a business does it, it is called as individual business transformation. Now do you understand?
Yeah.
Clear? I will save this and I will send this across to you people for your reference. Okay?
Sure, sir. Yeah.
Now this is what is actually depicted in this slide. Now please take a look at this and let me know where the challenge is. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
It essentially gravitates not towards technology. It talks about requirements. Okay, on how you're going to navigate from a region of certainty towards a region of uncertainty. And to bring in stability, you need to move requirements which are in the region of uncertainty towards a region of certainty. So how are you going to do that? What process frameworks are you going to do that? All of that is your call. And what framework you need to use that decides upon the success factor or the failure factor of a project. Now do you understand? Is it clear?
Yeah.
This is the basis within which the entire Agile as a philosophy is architected. You need to have a strong understanding of this, failing which the choice of a framework itself will be completely incorrect. Please take about a minute or two to look at it closely and let me know if you have any specific questions, and then we will move on to the subsequent slide. Do you know what is simple, easily knowable, not simple but knowable? What do you think these are all? Any idea?
These are the
No,
simple,
no.
like, sir. Yeah, no.
The same thing as what I have actually put in here. Known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. This is where you have this thinking quadrant itself. And that is where the human thinking spectrum comes into picture by deciding how am I going to choose a proper framework, and I can deliver value by choosing the appropriate framework for success. Right? Shall we move on to the subsequent slide?
Yeah.
Right, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Now we will get into some frameworks. This is what is called as a APM framework, or the Agile Project Management Framework. By the way, Jim Highsmith is a renowned author. He is also one of the key founding members of the Agile Alliance, and he has written a couple of books, of which Adaptive Software Development is one of the large publications. The idea in this is, let us now try to understand the basis of a control system. How many of you have heard of the word called as a control system?
Not in software engineering.
Not in software, but you heard of that word, right?
Yeah.
I will draw some blocks here.
BE third semester.
Huh?
BE third semester.
Engineering, right? Because you have just written the subject, you have passed the subject, who's even bothered? That's all right. Okay. How many of you have actually got an air conditioner at home? All of you have got air conditioners at home, right?
Yeah.
AC.
Yeah.
Yes, right? And how many of you have got an AC with remote?
Nowadays, AC comes
Everybody
with
is.
remote.
It's more or less a commodity, right? Now, what do? I go switch on the electric line and then use a remote. I just turn it on. What happens? The AC turns itself on, runs a compressor, and then what happens? It starts delivering cool air. Now, supposing I find that the air is too cold and it's not able, nobody will be able to sit in it. What happens? There is a sensor inside the AC which detects the hotness or the coldness of the air, and then it sends a signal back to the power controller. Okay, and then it trips up our. What happens? The input, the process, the output with a feedback is what you call as a control system. Okay. A system which has this feedback loop incorporated is what you call as a closed loop system.
Feedback is important.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
No feedback means open loop system. Right? Now, typically speaking, an agile project, is it a closed loop system or is it an open loop system?
Closed ones, because we are
A closed loop
continuously.
system because you're constantly taking feedback, right?
Right.
The place where you are inspecting, adapting, and then synchronizing with what the customer exactly needs and delivering what the customer actually needs at that point in time is what is called as a closed loop system. Now, this is how a typical APM framework is done. You asked me something about the envisioning sprint, Vikash. Remember, in the envisioning sprint, what happens is I try to get as much requirements as I want from the customer. And then it may not be possible to fully deliver what the customer wants in course of the sprint, given the fact it is just 2 or 3 weeks of a time box. What will I do? I will try to work out a prototype. I will work out a box. I will work out a wireframe. And then I will say, this is exactly the model of what I'm going to deliver to the customer. So that phase is what you call as an envisioning phase. In other words, I have a vision on what the customer wants and I'm trying to translate the customer's vision into reality. Is it possible to do it in the first phase? It will not be possible. So what do? I break down the requirements into smaller requirements and then I try to speculate. And what happens in the process of speculation, I create what is called as an artifact of an agile project, which is called as a story backlog or a product backlog. It is also called as an adaptive product backlog. And as I'm creating the product backlog, I am constantly refining the product backlog stories. And with the speculation, I prioritize. If I really like, I'll give you an example of this pencil. Remember, the pencil essentially needs 2 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of lead. This is a must-have requirement feature, right? Now, in the must-have feature, if let us say I am giving an eraser, it is a nice-have. It could be nice, right? But it is not a must-have. But the pencil lead should not be. Supposing I am having a FM transistor at the back of my pencil, do you think it is any use to me?
No, transistor is no use to me.
FM radio at the back of my pencil.
FM behind a pencil doesn't make sense.
It may be great, but do you think the pencil has the maximum value by having an FM radio behind it?
No.
No, sir.
Imagine a pencil having an FM radio. That is
because
exactly
here
the idea behind the.
So because here the pencil main purpose is to write, not to for the FM.
Exactly. For what is the customer, for what is the product being delivered, that value needs to be addressed first. And what happens? We will now work out something called as a release plan. A release plan is essentially what we need to understand over course of the entire delivery of the product. How am I going to deliver value to the customer? That becomes part of a release plan. And the release is essentially combined by short duration cycles, which are called as iterations or sprints. So as I'm delivering a sprint, I'm completing a story and I'm getting feedback from the customer. And in that, I'm with this final product, whichever is accepted, I'm pushing it back to the printer. Whichever is not accepted, I'm putting back to the speculating. Once I have the final working product, it forms part of the close. Understand?
Yes.
This is a typical framework called as an APM framework.
Can you please repeat that?
See here. Essentially, during the envisioning sprint, I come up with what is actually needed and how am I going to deliver value to my customer using a wireframe or a markup. Once I come up with that, I help the customer create a product backlog or a story backlog. And a product backlog has I have a video which I'll be demonstrating to you after lunch, not before lunch. Please try to understand the concept behind it. And then once a story backlog is created, I come up with features on how I can deliver value to the customer. That forms part of the speculative phase. Once I have speculated what I need to deliver, I create a release plan. This can happen if a product has a release, and if a product does not have a release, if it is just a sprint, it is called as a sprint plan. I explore, complete the story, take the feedback, deliver the final product, and it is a closed loop system. You understand? Still not clear?
Yeah, a bit of confusioning. No, like it's not confusing. I'm clear.
I'll give you an example. The first phase is what?
Hello, sir. Hello.
because like I think we lost him again.
Uh,
So because where are you working?
I'm working TCS.
TCS, okay.
About how you are going to understand if you are going to create a new user or the user cannot be created. How am I going to get the password reset? How am I going to look at the screen? If I'm going to look at a list of part numbers, do you think all these things can be possible as part of the activity one itself?
Actually, like we completely lost you for the past 2 to 3 minutes.
What happened? Voice not clear?
No, sir.
Voice,
Your connection is sometimes breaking.
No, voice was
Sorry?
not audible at all.
Voice went down, is it?
No, it was
Yes,
totally
sir.
mute. Yeah, it's totally gone.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we completely lost what you were telling us.
Okay. I will give you an example. When I was working for an automobile-based company, the database that this company had was just 55 years old. It was a mainframe-based database. Okay. Now, for me to migrate a database from a 55-year-old database to today's technology, will it be possible to get it all done within one go?
No, sir.
Impossible. It cannot be done. So what I need to do, I need to break the entire activity in terms of sprints, short duration increments, and showcase customer if this is exactly what a customer needs, or if something that needs to be incorporated as a part of the review cycle so that I can deliver value to customer. It can happen that during course of the requirement, the customer can understand that the requirement that I gave him today, it becomes redundant. It is not a requirement anymore. So what happens? That forms part of your speculation, exploring and adapting. During course of the adapting, the customer's unknown unknowns become customers' unknown knowns. You understand? It is all about understanding. Now do you understand why we gave the framework?
Yeah, I get
Earlier,
that. I'm not able to see the screen.
Now is it okay? Are you able to see my screen now?
No, I see only the XLR welcome page.
No, sir.
No, sir. I'm wondering, should I go for a refresh? And
please
if I
refresh
get
the screen. Huh?
Yeah, if I get disconnected, I'll connect back. Please stay online. No?
Sure, that's perfectly fine.
Thank you. Changes you made.
Sir, can you refresh it from your side too? Because I am also not able to see.
Sorry?
I am also not able to see your screen. So can you means refresh from your side so that I can.
You want me to refresh my screen?
Right, sir. Because I am not able to see, or whether you are not on the sharing mode because.
Let me try to reload the screen.
Yes, sir.
Shishadri, I refreshed my browser, but still I am not able to see your screen.
Is the screen clear now?
No, Shishadri, it's still ACP online session.
Same to me, sir.
Lakshmi, I think there seems to be a problem.
Yeah, I can. 1 minute, Sheshadri. 1 minute. I'll check with my team.
Shishadri, how about lunch?
Yes, we'll talk to Lakshmi.
Yeah, by the time Lakshmi fixes this, why don't we break up?
Yes, we'll just give heads up to Lakshmi and then we'll break up for lunch for about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
My time is 12:55.
Yes.
So we gather at 2.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lakshmi?
we are able to see now.
Yeah, we are able to see.
Can we break for lunch?
Yeah, sure. In bit, I need to update you people something. Tomorrow, actually, I'm on week off, so I'll share you my colleague's number, Mr. Raghava. He's our admin. I'll share his number to you. So anything you can please reach him. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, sure. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
We'll come back at 2 o'clock. So far, so good, right? We'll come back at.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Sheshadri, I have one small thing to ask you.
Please tell me.
The way we are discussing things, right? Is it okay if we can explain the terminologies as well then and there?
Which terminologies you're talking?
Say, for example, a sprint plan, backlog, small things, just to hint for myself.
Don't worry. We'll showcase a small video and I'll give the link to that video, which will enable you to understand this in detail. I have intentionally reserved it after lunch. We guys will be very steady after lunch, right?
Should be.
Right? So,
Yes,
post lunch, I have to give you some kind of a theory mentoring session. After lunch, I have to show you something pictorial, right?
Okay, sir. No issues.
Okay. Don't worry. I have your thoughts in mind. This is exactly the reason why I put all your requirements onto my product backlog. What do you think I have done all these here?
Again,
product backlog. You are my customers. You are my product owners. XLR is my stakeholder. You are all my stakeholders.
And you are the
We shall
Scrum
meet
Master.
for lunch. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Hello. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Sure.
just to have a hold on them, demand some advance. Initial stage போய் பண்றது கேட்கறது எனக்கு வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஓப்பனிங் கிடைச்ச வரைக்கும் சந்தோஷம். அது வரைக்கும் கொஞ்சம் இதா லிபரலாரு. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஸ்லோலி இன்சியல் இது வந்து எக்ஸல் சரி பரவாயில்ல. பட் ஸ்லோலி okay.
Hi, Sesadri.
சரிடா ஒன் ஸ்டார்ட் Hello, are we back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Raj, are you there?
yeah. Okay, I'm here.
Yeah. So, would you want to get started another 2 minutes?
Sure, as you tell.
Sure. So, how was the lunch? Very heavy or very less?
Fine, sir, so that we can continue for further session.
Huh?
No heavy, not light. It's okay.
Oh,
That we
so you are okay. Now, can I say that the lunch was a backlog where you got only lightweight lunch elements? Huh? No heavy process, is it?
In my case, it was a
Yes.
change request.
Why? What? So, what is the change request here?
Suddenly, like we ran out of rice, and it took time for the delivery boy to come home.
You know what? This is what you call in real-time scenario as a risk factor. We'll be talking about risk tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
100% risk factor.
Your supplier, your procurement vendor, all of these guys are all key stakeholders. When someone raises a red flag, then your business should not collapse like a pack of cards, right?
Correct.
All right.
Barring all other things, one thing which I insist all my participants or my candidates to understand is how close we can relate the whole drama of Agile towards real life. Once you are able to draw the line of parallel between real life and what is happening in projects, then certification is just an ongoing activity. It will happen. The minute you try to separate real life from Agile, then you'll have problems. Because what you see in real-time agile project and what you do are all identical. It only takes some time of unfolding to understand that the two of them are identical. Now you spoke about the risk of procurement, right? All of a sudden, we waited for some server to do an integration testing. This integration testing server says that there's a delay in the procurement because it has gone to the finance office. The finance office is going to deliver the invoices only within 3 days. Now you have to deliver this within the next half an hour. How are you going to do that? That is a typical example of a risk mitigation plan. Understand?
Right, sir.
You understand how it is closely interwoven?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And is there something called RAID?
Huh?
RAID, R-A-I-D.
RAID. Okay, very good. Are you from the server side?
No, like I was asking about the not the software RAID.
I know what RAID you are talking about.
Yeah, like I was, I'm not from the software, server side. I was asking about, do we discuss about RAID and all?
I will tell you this. See, essentially, you know that a media where there are moving parts is more prone to a risk of failure,
Right.
right? A hard disk or any other media which has got moving parts has got a inherent risk of failure because any moving part has a life cycle, and if it is going to exceed that life cycle count, it has a heart. It will stop working. It's as simple as that. Now, compare this on a real-time basis. Supposing you are fetching data of your customer and your time to switch is not less than 5 milliseconds. All of a sudden, the media from which you are recovering the data has gone down. Are you going to put a towel on your head and say that my business has gone down? You can't afford to do that, right? Your customer will whack you left and right. So what do? Is I have a series of media platforms where I mirror the device, the original media from location A, B, C. In other words, I'll have at least 5 or 6 redundant storage spaces of the same data from where even if one media fails, I'll be able to retrieve the data from a second media. And the second media fails, I'll be able to retrieve from the third media. By the time the third media fails, I would have set right the first media and the second media. This arrangement is what you call as RAID, or redundant array of independent devices. It is one of the means of risk mitigation in an enterprise server storage. Got it?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, please. So we shall get started, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alert, 2:13 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Fully alert? Very good. So let's come back to the Agile Manifesto, where we were talking about the items on the left and the items of the right, where the items on the left have got more precedence in comparison to the items on the right. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. And then eventually what does it cascade onto?
collaboration.
Customer collaboration. Very good. So you guys are awake. This Agile lunch is working fine. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Then what happens?
Then, sir, responding, sir, response.
Come on, man. Allow him to talk, na?
Yeah. Response to change.
Yeah, his procurement is, he's still wondering on how to get done with the procurement. So I should allow him a chance, right? He's responding to change because his item actually ran down below stock. And because he ran down below stock, he has done a procurement. And what happened? After that, he got his lunch, which is nothing but working software.
Working software.
Right?
Right, sir.
How does it really matter if I'm having 20 pages of a cooking document without food? Is it of any use to me?
No, sir.
No.
So now that we are actually shaken ourselves from the heavy lunch or the agile lunch, let us get to some serious stuff. Okay. We have tried to understand the spectrum of process complexity, which is also, are you able to see my screen, or have I shared my screen?
No, sir. We are not able to see.
I have not shared my screen. Oh, wait a minute. I will do so. Just a minute. Don't worry. I have to respond to change, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm quite used to doing that. Wait a minute. I will.
Sheshadri, like we didn't
Yes, please.
hear like about yourself physically.
Sorry.
Like we would like to know more, know something about yourself.
If I knew something about myself, you want me to explain something about myself?
Yeah, like some background about yourself.
Oh man, is your lunch that heavy? That you talk, let me relax. Okay, if you want, I will go ahead and tell you who I am, what I am. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
But then I was actually trying to bring up an interesting deck with which I would like to showcase it. Then I thought I will tell you who I am,
Yeah,
what
sure,
I did, and
sure.
Sure, sir.
I was actually looking at it so that because I normally keep certain things to showcase my training candidates on what I prepare. These are all exclusive content notes, not from a standard deck presentation, but from what I normally facilitate.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sir. But still, we are not able to see your screen, sir.
No,
Correct.
I want to actually show that and then showcase that to you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes, here it is. Yes. This I would like to show before I go ahead. Where is my presentation screen? Yes, I shall. Good. So now you all are all awake, right?
Yeah.
Do you see something on the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this thing which I used to facilitate, but then this being a copyrighted material, I thought I will show this to you before I go ahead and showcase. If you have always been doing something which you have always been doing until now, do you think you'll get something different? I would like to show this to you. Where is paint? Yes. I would like you all to take a look at this. If you have always been doing until now, wait a minute. I think I have not copied the right. Never mind. Let us leave that. I will show you something else. I wanted to actually check with you guys. See, you are used to doing something in your life the way you have been doing right now. Do you expect to get something different with what you have always been doing until now?
Yes, sir.
No. What I'm saying is you have been doing something recursively over the past 10 years, and do you expect something different to come? Whatever you have been doing the same for the past 10 years?
No, how can it come?
No, sir. Because
That is
those
the
time
whole
has
idea.
gone, so yeah.
Exactly. The whole idea is to understand that if you've always been doing something the way you've been doing it earlier, you will never get anything new. For you to do something
Right.
different, you must be willing to do things with a difference. And that is where the agile as a philosophy comes into picture. You understand?
Yeah.
So it is here that you need to understand that the entire process undergoes a selection framework where you need to understand what kind of a framework you need to use for what kind of a process. Just by saying that this is an adaptive process where I need to showcase something and Agile is Scrum, Scrum is Agile doesn't really work. You need to understand for what you're doing this process and how many times we have actually really thought through to understand what a customer really wants. Which means to say that we need to be actively listening, not hearing. Right? Most of you are married, right? The two of you are married, right?
I'm not
Right,
correct.
sir.
Both of you, oh, see, united. I'm also married. How many times you listen and how many times you hear?
No, I'm not married.
Oh, you're not married. Then we'll make you eligible candidate. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. So how about Vikash? How many times you hear and how many times you listen?
Sir, sir, most of the time I am hearing, sir, not listening.
What is the listen? What's the difference? See, when I'm listening, I pay attention to what you are saying to the finest detail. When I'm hearing, it's just you're a passive device. Someone's talking something, it is falling into your ears because you don't have control. And then whether you want to assimilate it or not, the choice is yours. But when you're listening, you make a conscious attempt to assimilate whatever is being spoken, and then you do a mental analysis without being judgmental. You don't come to an early conclusion. After analyzing the facts, you run through the thoughts and then you come up with an informed decision. That is called as listening. But married people generally don't have that privilege, so we always tend to hear. Coming back to the point. Right?
Yes.
So good?
Right, sir.
So anyway, essentially an agile system is a closed loop system where you have an input, a process and an output, right? Here in this case, the inputs include envisioning, process includes speculation, exploring, adapting, and then the closure includes closure, right? And then the monitoring and control talks about the feedback system. So if you're looking at it, your customer actually gives you a set of requirements. Or even in such a case where a customer is not having a set of requirements, you go ahead and come up with an envisioning sprint by which you demonstrate some prototype or a mock-up or a kind of a screen which can someone they go on mute now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do not know who it is. Then
Yes.
okay, so essentially what we are saying is we have an envisioning sprint where we help customer understand that if you have to come up with a kind of a requirement prototype, this is the process that we have taken. It is what you call as an inspect adapt kind of a sequence by which you help the customer come out from this region of unknown unknowns to unknown knowns. We spoke about this before lunch, remember? Unknown unknowns to unknown knowns, by which the customer comes, okay, this is exactly something what I wanted. So with this, a customer actually moves into what is called as known unknowns, and eventually it becomes a predictive operation, known knowns. So that kind of an activity by which you are helping the customer probe and get the details is what is called as an envisioning sprint. Then you have a series of steps here: speculate, explore, and adapt. Once the confirmation comes, the completed stories are closed and the incomplete stories pass through the same phase. It's a recursive process: speculation, exploring and adapting, and then you come to a concept, come to the activity of closure. We will be getting more into the details of the APM framework. So far so good?
Sir, this closed cycle is only includes like a speculation, explore, and adoption, or complete cycle, like the starting from the envision.
This closure actually talks about the closure of that sprint.
So for every sprint, this whole cycle repeat, right?
Every sprint you talk about when the sprint has an output which is delivered, which is a potentially shippable increment, that sprint is closed.
Okay.
We'll get into the details. Okay, don't worry. We'll get into the details. Any questions?
No, sir. Just I have means a clarity. Suppose if you in the initial phase, like we don't have any user story, okay, and we have got the requirement, and since we have a small prototype which I shown to the client that okay, this is what exactly how we are going to fulfill your requirement. So can we means after that we should means repeat all these phases like the speculations, like all those that were shown in the slides, or do the envision repeat for this means whole process like the initiation, the planning, monitoring, closure? This all repeat for the every sprint. Like in every sprint, for every sprint like we are going to show some prototype. My question is that.
Every sprint you won't show a prototype. The prototype is usually the first sign of demonstration, first sign of acceptance.
Okay.
If you have got an acceptance for the prototype, you go ahead and start working on building from the prototype.
Okay. Okay.
You understand?
So,
see, I'll give you an example. Typically, a prototype is a scaled down model. Have you ever seen construction model houses or construction model aircraft where they would have done some scaling down of the model and then they would have told that this is how the aircraft will look like, this is the look-alike? Have you ever seen such kind of model somewhere?
Yes, sir.
That model is what you call as a prototype.
Yeah, sometimes you like the aeroplane model that they have put it out the
it is actually one of the key aspects of scientific dimensional analysis, and the concepts from scientific dimensional analysis are actually imbibed in software development. But I don't want to get into scientific dimensional analysis. That's a big topic altogether. We'll have that as a separate session. Okay, thank you. And then we will get into the envisioning sprint, right? Yes, envisioning sprint. What is the meaning of envision? We need to get the requirements. By the way, can someone define the meaning of the word requirement? What is requirement?
Something that we want.
Thing that you want. What we want then? Let us say I want a Rolls-Royce car. I want in 150 years down the line. Is it a requirement?
That's a dream.
It is just a feeling, right? It has no meaning. But let us say I'll go back to the same definition of tea and coffee. I want hot tea. When? Not in 500 years from now. I want in 10 minutes from now. What is the actual implication of the statement? A requirement is an explanation of a customer's need, which is definitely time bound. Requirement is a conditional clause on customers need, and it is definitely time driven. You understand this? It's a conditional clause on a customer statement or a need, which is time driven. It's a definition of the word requirement. See, for if I'm saying I want hot tea within 10 minutes, it's a conditional clause. Hot tea. I want hot tea to drink. What is the time driven factor?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is. Supposing I'm getting the tea after 45 minutes, what happens here? The schedule factor is violated. Do you think that requirement is of any meaning to me now?
No.
Do you think it's of any meaning if I'm giving the tea, if I'm given the tea after 45 minutes?
No.
So that is the importance of this whole requirement story. When you need to get the requirements clear, because if the requirements are clear, amount of rework drastically is cut down. But do you think that is always so possible and so easy?
No, sir.
It is one of the most really difficult things. Requirements analysis is one of the most difficult things when it comes to any kind of an industry, because the interests of the customer change with time. It is not a constant entity. It keeps on fluctuating. And because the entities keep on fluctuating, what happens? You find it very difficult to organize the features. You know for a fact that I can have a banking screen developed only when I have a username, password, and a backend database built, right? But a customer may even give the requirement of populating IPL scores on a bank screen. Does it mean anything? Right? So this is where you need to understand wants versus needs, and after all these things, filter out the requirements, say whether I can organize these features and whether these features will even come into the requirements prototype in the first place. And for all that, we have a criteria for evaluating risks, the requirement. It is what is called as MOSCO. Have you heard of this?
Yes, sir. Moscow.
This is what is have must have requirements. Okay, should have requirements, could have requirements, won't have requirements. You understand? So this is one of the requirements prioritization schema by which I can help understand if there is a pencil with which I need to showcase business. 2 pieces of wood is essential. The mid lead is essential. Okay. The should have is the lead should not be broken, just like taking the pencil on the hand. Could have is if it has an eraser, it is a nice have feature. If I made a mistake, I can use the eraser to wipe off the mistake. Won't have is a definite FM transistor or an IPL score mechanism by seeing the IPL scores on pencil. There's a TV or there's a channel to see all the scores dedicated. Why do I need to mimic that? Because it's a waste of my effort. So this is where you need to understand that this is the priority requirements prioritization feature. And most important of all is, how do I account for the risk? What is a risk? Event due to uncertainty.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right? And by the way, what is insurance? Keep hearing insurance, right? We've seen so many LIC agents here and there, right? What is insurance?
Cover risks, sir.
Cover risks and transfer risks. Insurance is one of the best means of transferring risks. It is the risk carrier's headache to take care of the risks. You are paying him a premium, and when there's an event of uncertainty, you get the amount, right? So an insurance is one of the means of covering risk, and a risk is an event that arises due to uncertainty, right? Now let's get to the details of this whole thing. Envision, adapt, speculate, explore, close. Envision. What do we do in inclusion? You need to understand what is it that has or what has been included in the envisioning sprint. What is a business case? What is a business case? A case that actually signifies the need for the business to exist in the first place. For what am I designing this prototype? I am designing this prototype to take care of the customer's requirement of a large travel, transportation, hospitality player. I am taking care of this requirement to design the screen for a large premium customer who has got presence across the globe when it comes to the retail banking schema. What are all the agile roles? We spoke about agile roles in the morning. You remember? What were the agile roles? See, in a predictive project. Yeah, sorry, come again.
Agile roles are like product owner, scrum master.
Exactly. The servant leader who becomes a scrum master or a Kanban master, the development team, and then the business, the product owner. These are all what you call as the agile roles. And the pigs and chicken. We'll get into the pigs and chicken after this discussion. Okay? Epic. User stories. I think Raj asked for user stories, right? We'll get into that.
Yeah.
What is a business case? Right. A business case is a usually document to convince a decision maker on for the reason for the existence of the business. It is what is called as a business requirement. And what is a charter? A project charter is a document which actually shows a reason why the project is being executed and who has got a formal authority to execute a project. Why do you think this formal authority is needed? This formal authority is needed because you need to demand resources from your organization. Resources don't come for free, right? Man, machine, or material don't come for free. You need to pay for it. And unless there is proper authority on why this project is being executed, these resources will not be allotted to you. That is where this project charter comes into picture. User stories. Yes. Now, have you seen what these user stories are? I will give an example. Most of you have got ATM cards in your bank account, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will give you a schema. As a customer of the State Bank of India, okay, I need an ATM debit card to see my account balance. Okay. Now, who is this? A user story is written as user functionality benefit. It is sometimes called as the UFB model. User functionality benefit model. See, typically a requirement, if you talk about an earlier requirement thing, you would have got around 200, 250 documents of a requirement from a customer. But most of it, you would have to go to, let us say, if you're going to develop the schema of that requirements, you may have to run between requirements from page 125 to page 237 and then to page 2. So there will be a lot of gaps in understanding from 125 to 237 to page 2 and then to page 79, right? You there? You get it? See, when you're going to run between disconnected pages, you will be seeing that there's a lot of connected requirements and a lot of disconnected requirements, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys with me?
Yeah.
So what happens is, in all these things, it becomes very difficult to stitch the requirements and then put it into an ordered list and say that I'm going to deliver it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It never happens. If at all you're working on a project where everything is working on a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please rest assured that something is really wrong. It can never happen like that. There will always be a requirement mismatch. And that happens because you are essentially dealing with uncertain entities, unknown entities. How can you predict something in sequence when there's an element of uncertainty in the discussion? You get it? So to understand that, we need to ensure that the stories are put in a logical format and the organization of the stories in a way you can actually deliver value. Let us say I told you about story 1, story 79, story 6, story 54, and then you have a sequence 164, 4, 5, 6, right? 164, 5, 99, 230. This is what you call as an ordered story map. How is this created from? It is created from the product backlog. You get it? A story map is a series of stories arranged in such a fashion that when you are delivering these stories to your customer, it makes perfect logical sense. In other words, it has got a clear sequence of logic. I'll give you an example of how a story map is actually constructed. Okay, let us talk about the same banking screen. It should have a username password. It should have a reset password. Okay, and in some bank accounts, we see that create new customer ID. Not every bank account has that option. Some bank account login screens have that option, right? And then now it should have a backend database. Okay, and then there should be a validation schema in the sequence. Do you think all the steps which I am taking to create this simple login screen, will it be given in series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Will it be given in an ordered sequence or will it be given in a disordered sequence?
It will be given just like that.
Huh?
It will be given just like that.
It will be given just like that. It won't, there'll not be much of an inherent sequence internally, because when a customer is trying to give in requirements, he himself is trying to probe into areas of uncertainty and certainty to understand whether these requirements will fit in the first place or will it not fit in the first place. The team which is empowered to take all the requirements, discuss with the customer, and they say that, hey, you told you want a username password. Okay, this designing of the mock-up of the user screen is a different activity. The database creation is a different activity. Having a database server is a different activity. And then having the CRUD, create, read, update, delete, details, that is another activity. These two activities will not mix. Let us say this mock-up of the user screen is story 1 and story 2. Creation of the database is some story 17 or story 18. But for you to have logical sequence, it should be in the form 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, right?
Correct.
Right, sir.
That 1, 2, 3, 17, 18 is what you call as a story map. You get it?
Yes,
This was
sir.
created by a gentleman called Jeff Patton. He was actually the person, you can read about him on LinkedIn or any of the social media channels. He's one of the creator of the word called story map. With the story map, what happens? From the beginning to end and end to end, you will be able to order the story, deliver the story in such a way it delivers maximum functionality to the customer. Now, do you remember we spoke about working software over comprehensive documentation? Remember? How are you
Right,
able
sir.
to arrive at the working software concept? It is only because of the story map. If I'm saying that I'm going to develop the line items on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm not going to disturb the sequence. What happens? It becomes a predictive approach. But if I'm talking in terms of 164.5, whatever the sequence, what happens? It becomes an adaptive approach because I know there's an inherent dependency from 1 to 2 to 17, 18, and then from 35 to 57, whatever. Do these numbers have anything in common? Do they have anything in common?
Sir,
They have the functionality of a particular story.
They have the functionality of the particular story. But are these numbers having any commonality in between them?
Commonality.
What I'm talking about a commonality is user screen, database, validation.
yes,
These
sir.
three
They
are
are dependent, sir. Na?
Interdependent.
exactly. Now, this is what I wanted to come up with another criteria. You know what this another evaluation criteria is? For you to create stories, you need to have a pattern called as deep. I'll tell you what this is. Detailed enough. Very good. You guys are very active after lunch. I'm very happy about that.
Is it
Detailed
okay
enough.
to ask the customer for a story map?
Customers don't give a story map. For every customer, everything is on priority 1. I think you have not seen many customers, man. For customer, everything is important.
That is okay. No, like I'm asking, is it okay to ask him?
You customers don't give story maps. The team decides. I'll show that in the subsequent video. Now I'm going to show this another video. After I come up with this evaluation criteria, I'm going to show that video, and with it you will be able to understand the concept of a story map. Detailed enough, estimated. We'll understand estimation in some time. Emergent. What do you mean by an emergent trend? Something that is going to come in future. Did anybody know about mobility the way it is 15 years back?
Yeah, like money orders, letters, inland covers, postal cards.
Those are the only things which are on mobility. Today, every person in the corner has a smartphone.
Yeah.
What happens? The trends have dramatically changed. That requirement which has changed over time is what you call as an emergent requirement. Right? And then prioritized. We spoke about this 164, 599, 203, right? This prioritization of the requirement and stitching of the stories in such a way that makes perfect logical sense is what we call as a story map. So that tomorrow when that story map is put in production, what happens? Will it not have the complete end-to-end functionality?
It should.
Now understand how this requirement evaluation criteria is done. Evaluation criteria is like this. Evaluation criteria is for a product backlog. You will be able to create a product backlog after discussion with the customers, and then with that you come up with an ordered story map so that the story will deliver maximum value to the business. Okay. With this, I will actually show you a small demonstration video. Please let me know if you are able to view this. Wait a minute. Are you guys able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, we are able
Hello?
to, but your voice runs too low. Like I think you're out of your mic.
Huh?
I think you have removed the mic. We
Are
are
you
able
able
to
to hear
hear.
now?
Yeah, sir.
Now is it okay?
You are able to? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah,
Yes,
screen we can see.
mean,
Okay. I'll play this. Just take a look at this. Able to hear? Video you're able to hear, right?
yes, sir.
Great.
Play it. Sir, voice is coming very low, sir.
No, I think you removed your mic. Voice is very low, and
Sorry?
I'm not able to hear the video.
You want me to mute myself?
No. Like I'm not able to hear myself. Sorry, hear your video.
You're not able to hear my
voice.
video?
Video voice.
Now?
Oh,
Is
I
it
don't
okay
hear
now?
it. I can hear only your voice, and that too is very low. Video, I'm not able to hear it.
You're not able to hear the video.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I? Okay, share my webcam. How do I do that?
Vikas, are you able to hear the video?
No.
Hey Lakshmi. Hey Lakshmi, are you able to see? Is there a means of actually showing this video and ensuring that the guys can hear whatever I am showing on my laptop? Hello, Lakshmi, are you there? Hello, Lakshmi.
Please play it. No, like let me see.
Sir, keep your mic near to that.
Because you are
Able to hear
it.
now?
Sir, we are
Sorry,
able to hear you.
Yeah, we are able to
able
hear you. Correct.
Yeah, sir.
You're able to hear me, but you're not able to hear the video, is it?
Video.
Yeah, it
Yes.
won't possibly come, right?
I'm sorry, sir.
No, no, sir. Like I was telling, like it won't possibly come, right? Like you will be talking over the mic, and audio will be shared. Videos, audio cannot be played. May not be able to be delivered, right?
Okay. Anyway, this is what I actually want to showcase. This actually is a summary of what we have been discussing since morning. And I actually want to showcase this to you.
Sir,
please
play it, sir.
Play it. Yeah.
If you are able to hear it, let's see how much we are able to do.
The voice comes, but it's a robotic voice. Like, but we are able to hear the video, but it's robotic. Am I right?
Okay, I think I'll have to ask Lakshmi. Hey, Lakshmi. Anyone from the admin is there? Are they present? Hello, Lakshmi. Hello.
Maybe she's not there.
Are anybody from the admin? Are they present?
You want me to buzz Lakshmi?
Anybody?
Okay, I'll try to call Lakshmi.
Hello.
Lakshmi, you are wanted. This is Raj from the ACP.
Yeah. Tell me, Raj.
Lakshmi.
You are wanted, Lakshmi. Like,
Hey Lakshmi, I am just trying to play a video on media player, but I hear my friends are unable to hear whatever is being played on my machine.
Hello? Sheshadri?
Lakshmi, Seshadri, are you able to hear my voice?
Yeah.
I have a small video demonstration which actually sums up whatever we have been talking about since morning. And when I'm playing this to my candidates here, they are unable to hear whatever is being played on my machine.
Okay.
Please let me know if you are able to hear whatever is being played here.
Sure, please.
I'll disconnect, Lakshmi.
Are you able to hear this video?
Sir, not that much clear, sir.
No, but
Sorry?
it is breaking actually. It is not clear.
Yeah, it is not clear. That is what our people are saying. The voice is not very clear.
Yeah.
Should we reconnect again?
Not a
I
problem.
don't
If you
think
want, I
that
can do that.
Sorry?
If you want, I can do that. Not a problem.
I will okay, in that case, guys, can you just go ahead and reconnect and see if it works?
Sure. We'll do that.
I don't think that should be a problem.
And then you'll have to make me presenter again.
I'll do that. No problem.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah. You're now presenter, right? Hello, Sheshadri?
Yeah, I am present.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Okay, my screen is also on the sharing mode. Okay. Please let me know if you're able to hear the voice. Is it clear?
No.
Is the voice clear or is it still breaking?
No, we cannot hear anything.
No, I have actually passed it now. Were you able to hear whatever I played until now?
No. I think we need to disconnect the speaker and microphone.
Yeah.
Unable to hear?
No, sir.
You're able to hear?
No.
Sir, you can do one thing now. You can share this video with us, and whatever the content you want to show us, or since we have already discussed, so you can go ahead because.
Absolutely fine. See, I actually wanted to sum up everything with one video about 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I thought, see, but then okay, fine. I will share this link with you guys after the session today in the evening. See, I got a couple of small artifacts to share with you, right? Along with that, I will share you this as well. This is not a great deal. Okay, so I shall move on to the next topic. We got about user stories, right? Yes. We understood something about user stories, right? We spoke about independent, okay, customer focused, domain experts. By the way, with what language do you think user stories are written?
What language?
I wrote in very complex language, right? Fortran or C, right? As a customer of SBI, I need an ATM debit card to see my account balance. It's a very complex language, right?
Oh, user story.
A user story is written in just ordinary English.
Yes,
Yeah,
No
I was about to
technical.
tell that, like, but wondering.
That's what. That's why I told you, right? I've written in very complex language, right?
Will it actually be a mitigation plan?
That's why. I'll give you one more example of a user story. As an end user of a, okay, let me actually think through. As an end user of your retail purchase system, I will need to see the inventory on hands balance so that I can decide whether to reorder stock or to continue with the existing stock. Don't you think this is a user story?
Yeah, that's a
It's a perfectly valid user story, right?
right.
I will need access to see what inventory is there in the system so that I can decide whether to reorder inventory or whether I need to continue with my on hands balance. That's one of the acceptance. That is one of the user stories. How are you going to validate that user story? There is something called as Moscow, which we have got, on which user stories are created. And the other thing, another criteria is also called as invest. Don't be very surprised by seeing all these words. This is something called as independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sizable, testable. Now, let us say I want a story by which I say I want to go from here to the sun. Can you test that by any means?
sorry, you want to go where?
I want to go to the sun. Do you think it has any meaning?
No.
It doesn't have any meaning. First of all, anything that is near the sun will be burnt away. If I want to go to the sun, barring all kinds of odds, and if I go there, what is the means of testing that I have gone to the sun? So anything that cannot be tested cannot be verified. And anything that cannot be verified does not have a testimony of being a valid story. That is the reason why something has to be testable and sizable. So I use a story. Let us say I've given the same banking screen, the pencil example. If I'm giving the same banking screen within one sprint, is it possible humanly to design all these things within 2 weeks?
No.
No, right? So what do we need to do? We need to size the stories in such a way that these user stories deliver the maximum value. And what is the means of doing it? Generating a story map for that sprint or having a story map spanning across sprints when you're going to have a release plan. That was something which we will discuss during a release planning session. And then valuable. I told you in the morning, right? We were working on a user story which is having $10 value, and on some other user story having $10,000 user story, right? Naturally speaking, the trend is towards having user stories which have got $10,000 value than the $10 value, right? Now, how are you going to ensure that it has value? The customer or you people need to negotiate. If something cannot be negotiated, it has no meaning. And you can deliver the maximum value only when stories are independent, not if they are dependent. And dependent stories, let us say the same thing. Username, independent. Password, independent. The two of them joined together, it has some functionality. But in this case, typically we use username and password in a joint fashion. However, the user story talks about username is a different story. Password is a separate story. Are you guys in agreement with this?
Right.
And the reset password functionality, that's another story. Where are you going to keep this your reset password functionality? Do you want it in the front of your screen or do you want it at the top right hand corner or below the password? That is a negotiable. What is a value? I am able to reset my password with bank, with my mobile phone number password or to my email. And estimable. I don't want a reset password to come to me after 200 years. I want it within 20 seconds. So that should be the estimate. Sizable. I should be able to deliver value incrementally. Most important of all, if I'm unable to test the value of a story. Sorry? Sorry, Lakshmi, you called me? Okay. I thought someone called out to me.
Sir, I have a question.
Hmm.
Is it possible that in every like project we have like independent user story?
Generally, when a product owner creates a stories will be dependent. The team, upon discussion with the product owner, works with the business to ensure that the dependent stories are broken down into smaller chunks of stories which become independent. And when they become independent, you will be able to deliver value, because I can do estimates of the stories only when they are independent. Can I do Can I do a value estimation of stories when they are dependent? Is it possible for me to give the estimate of two dependent stories?
Sir,
Sometimes possible,
not
sometimes may not be possible. But in
It
most
should be
instances,
possible.
there's always a difficulty. I asked, will it be possible for me to give the value of two stories which are dependent?
The typical characteristic of a story, it should be independent. But if the stories are dependent, and if we need an estimate to give the stories which are dependent.
Exactly. So it is always a headache if you're having dependent stories, because the estimates may not be close to the expected value. The best bet would be to actually break down the stories to independent characteristics with which we can actually deliver value. And the means of actually getting this done in any user story is actually ordered in this form: epic, theme, feature, task. I'll tell you how. See, an epic is a very large user story. I'll give an example. Automate the entire banking system of the nation. What do you mean by the statement? Does it mean anything? Automate the entire banking schema in the nation. Does it mean anything?
Sir, on a broader concept, yeah, you can call it that. Okay, we are going to automate the banking system, but
exactly. Will you be able to give an estimate for that?
But honestly speaking, Narendra Modi came to my mind when you asked this question.
I heard it is with him only that I brought up the story. You have actually nailed the bullet, man. It is with Narendra Modi only that I given this example. Epic. Epic is a very large story which you cannot actually deliver value. Okay. Very large story. Right? Now, I will talk about I'll break down an epic. I'll start breaking down into smaller stories with which I can see some value. Large group of, let us say, related epics. Okay. We spoke about automation of the banking services in the nation. Right? Sorry, my typing is not very good. And the theme is automation of customer related transactions in metro cities. Okay. Feature related themes. Automation of customer related transaction in metro cities. Automation of demand draft slips across 2 or more centers in the metro cities. This has got a more or less a level of clarity now, right? Task related features. Automation of the passbook printing demand draft printing facility. Now, which do you think has a maximum level of knowledge? Automation of banking services in the nation. Is it a very clear statement? Is the EPIC a very clear statement? Automation of banking services in the nation. Is it a very clear statement?
No.
No. However, when I'm coming to a theme, automate the customer related transactions, because there are two kinds of transaction. One is a back end transaction and the other is a customer transaction, right? Front end transaction. Now, automation of customer related transactions in metro cities. Now, this itself I can break into two. One is for corporate customers and for retail customers. Now, do you understand how I have broken down a story from a dependent story to an independent story? See, it is a customer related transaction. What have I done? I have broken the customer transaction into two. The customer transaction for corporate customers and the customer transactions for retail customers. What happens? When I have broken the transaction for a corporate to a retail, the way in which I complete the transaction is different for the two. Now what happens? The third thing is related theme. Automation of the demand draft slips. How many of you have actually gone to a bank and seen the level of pain a demand draft takes to get? You've seen the amount of trouble, right?
Right, sir.
Now, and in public sector banks, more the pain, because automation as a thing is something that they have not heard of, or perhaps you have to strive hard to push automation into their blood. So, barring all the other political or the bureaucracies, let us try to understand how we can do that. Automation of the demand draft slip in 2 or more centers. Now, let us try to bring in the collaboration of 2 or more center automations so that can be consolidated at a center. Instead of having independent demand draft centers, we'll try to have it as a consolidated center. The fourth thing is automation of the passbook printing and the demand draft printing facility. Tell me for which you can do the best estimate. Is it for epic, theme, feature, or task?
Task.
Task, sir.
Perfect. It is only at a task level that you do estimates, not at a theme level, feature level, or at an epic level. Is it now clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now let us try to understand what is actually given into this. User stories, customer focused, domain user writer stories, written in the most simple language. It's not written in Fortran or COBOL. It is written in very simple English. Now let us come to the story number and priority number. I will come in some time from now. It should be testable. It should be independent. We spoke about this some time back, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let us get to the next slide. Invest model. We spoke about this some time back, right? Do you want me to explain this more, or is this sufficient enough? We have already spent sufficient time on the invest criteria, right? The stories need to be independent. The story should be negotiable. It should be capable of delivering value. It should be estimable. It should be size small. And most thing is, it should be testable.
Yes.
If I'm unable to test a story, the worthiness of the story is lost. Right? The 3 C's. Yes. Now, this is something which I would like to spend some time on. How many of you have actually heard of a manufacturing car manufacturing plant called Toyota?
Yes, sir. Everyone knows Toyota.
You have heard of a manufacturing plant called Toyota?
Yeah.
Or is it too difficult after lunch?
No, sir.
You have not heard of Toyota, is it?
I was wondering to ask for the next break, but you are still in lunch.
But you guys are at least awake. So you are at least agile in the session. I knew that when you are already agile practitioners, my aim is only to ensure that you become better agile practitioners. So coming back to this point, typically in the Toyota manufacturing plant, what they did was a car assembly plant essentially has many of the parts which they are used to arranging the car in a pattern so that the final car is rolled out successfully to the customer, right? There is a sheet metal plant, there is a glass panel plant, and there is another car door, there's another latch or that lock combination, driving steering wheel, then the axle, and then the whatever the differential, all the entire arrangement. What they did is, it is something done in what you call as a line assembly system. You need to understand, most of the lean and the agile concepts came from manufacturing and aerospace, where the lean and agile systems are the heart of the system. That's non-negotiable in that place. It has to be there, otherwise those systems cannot have surveyed all these years. Now we are trying to learn from the aspects of lean from manufacturing and aerospace, and trying to imbibe the concepts into software system. So that transition will definitely take some time, because we are trying to retrofit what was done earlier into our scenario. What these guys in the Toyota plant did is, they had a card. The card actually had three components. One is the card by itself. The second thing was the conversation. Okay, I have assembled the die for the car door opening mechanism. The conversation is, yes, the door lock mechanism is working fine. It is not rusted. In other words, it's a child-proof lock, tested fine. And then the next card talked about integrating the door onto the frame. Now that is welded properly. The rivets are tightened. The quality checks are in place. It is, well, let us say 4 on a scale of 5. It can be put into production. So like this, each and every activity came in the form of a card, conversation, and confirmation. When they saw the benefits of having this card, conversation, and confirmation, you remember in the morning we spoke about something called as extreme programming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. XP. Okay. Extreme programming, what they did is, it is actually a 1 week sprint. So the another discussion that is there in other professional forums is, extreme programming, you are there in LinkedIn or in Facebook or in Twitter as a full-time employee, because they use extreme programming to do their real-time deployment. These people, after having seen through how it works in Toyota, try to use the same thing: the card, the conversation, and the confirmation. The card, the conversation, and the confirmation was the basis for any kind of a feature that was delivered with the developer tester combination. Now, Scrum as an agile framework has very strong roots with imbibing extreme programming as its business framework. If you look at it, the 3 C's, the card, conversation, and confirmation, each of it is actually written. Sanjay, the front side of the card will talk about this. I would like to purchase the model question paper. Priority is 9, estimate is 7. The back side talks about the acceptance criteria. Today morning we spoke about the acceptance criteria of a pencil, right? Remember? Lead. It should not leave any staining marks on the hand. It should not tear the paper. When I'm sharpening my pencil, the lead should not break and fall on my eyes. And most important of all, I am fine if the pencil does not have an FM radio. Right? So all these things are there. This is exactly what you call as the minimum set of requirements with which the product can function the way it is expected to. This is called as the card, conversation, and confirmation. Any questions, please? Any questions?
No.
Yeah, let's move on. Sorry?
I said no.
Can move on. Okay, fine. Great. Now, we have also done this classification of stories. Remember, we just wrote about this some time back. These stories are classified at a high level as an epic. The next is a theme, the feature, and the task. An epic is a very, very large story. Automation of the passenger services in the airline industry. What does this actually mean? It means anything. Automation of the passenger services. Theme, automation of the onward journeys of the passengers. Then feature, automation of the travel itineraries of the passengers connecting all the metro cities. Task, automation of the passengers traveling from Chennai to Bangalore. I need to do say if it is working well from Chennai to Bangalore, scaling it from Bangalore to Mumbai is going to be easy. So estimates are actually done for what? At a task level. So we need to clearly have the understanding of which is an epic which is the theme, which is the feature, and which is a task. See, this is an example. An example is, as an end user, I want to search for a job so that I can look at my next career move. Your user, your functionality, and my benefit is given, right? And typically user stories are of the following types: business user story, technical user story, and bug user story. A bug user story has no estimate. You may be asked with one question: an estimate of a bug user story is? Answer is, it has no estimate. Shall we move on? Yes. Themes. Themes are actually a group of related epic, and you will be able to understand what the next level of breakdown is. Apply for a job, search for a job, search and retrieve, and then do a create, read, update, and delete. Those are all the at a broader level you will be able to describe from a theme. But once again, it is not possible to do estimates at theme level. The actual thing is, you have to do estimates only at a task level, because a task is actually a combination of related features. And how are you actually going to do this estimation? It is with this deep criteria: detailed enough, estimable, emergent, and it's prioritized. The whole reason behind an agile transformation program is 45-50 years back, we used to work on COBOL, Fortran, or some other language which we thought was one of the state-of-the-art technologies at that point in time. At that point in time, people did not even know something called as Angular JS or Java or anything. Those words were not even existent at that point in time. Today, when we are trying to move over from a legacy system to a more articulate system, which is a 4th generation language which you are using, you will not know what functionality will be impacted by what kind of a move. That is exactly the place where you may not be able to do a direct rollover from what happened 45 years back to what is existing today. You have to break down the project into smaller sizes of functionality with which business value is delivered consistently. That is where agile as a philosophy comes into picture. And once you are breaking down the stories in a way such that customer is actually able to see value, what does it form? It forms your product backlog. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So far, so good?
Just one quick moment to read this slide.
Please.
Okay, deep we have discussed, right? Yeah.
We typically have discussed everything, and I'm only validating whatever we have discussed here.
Yeah, I'm through.
Sir,
True?
I have one question.
Yes, please.
We are not estimating bug user story, because since it is not involving iteration, or why it
Bug
is
estimate
why
is 0. Bug has no estimate.
No, sir. No. Suppose if you are fixing something, suppose there is a bug in suppose there is some defect that we have found it, and we are going to fix it. So again, it is going to give us a value, means account. It is going to give bring dollar for the company, right? We are fixing the bug. So definitely it is coming with a cost also. If you are fixing something, then it is coming with a cost. So
Okay.
so why we are not, means here in the agile methodology we are saying that bug is user story has no estimate, but in real time scenario if you fix something, then definitely we are charging the customer, right?
I'll tell you the reason why bug story has no estimate. In the first place, a bug is a deviation from the way it was supposed to behave earlier, right?
Right.
What are you doing? The only way to eradicate that bug is to fix that bug. And in the process of fixing the bug, 4 other bugs will be introduced. An agile project essentially talks about reducing the number of side bugs created so that essential functionality grows over time. And because a bug cannot deliver the business value it was supposed to be delivering, its value is 0.
Sir, but suppose if you are taking any like a service certain transition where the application is still being developed by some different, right? some different persons, some initial components, and you are doing some different part, and you have found that okay, due to this missing part, the initial vendor will have to do. You have find something which is missing in there. So now, if the customer is asking you to fix in that, so again you are going to give estimate for that, right, sir?
You as a team member will be giving the estimate, but a bug story has no estimate for the calculation purpose. It's a bug.
Okay.
And the only way to overcome as a bug is to give a bug-free product. Is it possible?
No, sir.
That's all. That explains your answer, right?
Okay.
Shall we move on? Yes.
Yeah.
User stories you have delivered us. Hey, are we going upwards? Wait a minute. Yes. You have seen this, right? Minimum marketable feature. Minimum marketable feature of a pencil is what? Combination of two slices of wood with a piece of lead, and which can actually make a legible mark on a paper, which has a capability to be read and be read multiple times, right? That is what is called as a minimum marketable feature. It is a basic feature so that people can start using it rather than waiting for something else. Do you think the pencil is actually dependent on the rubber for joining?
No.
No. So it is an independent product. The pen is an independent, the pencil is an independent product. The piece of eraser is a separate product. That is why this is a separate marketable feature. That's a separate marketable feature. The two of it forms part of your release. The next version of a pencil is pencil with rubber, right? Time boxing. Yes. Time box is a realistic estimate on how long an action will take to perform. We generally fix it at 2 to 4 weeks because the most non-negotiable entity of any project management is schedule, right? We will deliver maximum value within the shortest possible instance. That is why it is called as a time box. By the way, before I get into story point, please tell me, you will be delivering or you will be giving estimates only for the task, right? Okay?
Yeah, task level estimate.
Okay. How many hours a day do you normally work in the office? Please don't count me intruding into your privacy, but please give a honest answer as much as possible. Don't give me you are working in the office for 15 hours. I'm the last person to claim that.
I stay. I work
Not
for
stay.
8 hours to 9 hours.
Work. I don't ask how
Yeah.
many hours you stay. I'm asking how many hours you work.
No. I just corrected it. I work for 8 hours to 9 hours.
Let's be honest now. This is after all a training session.
Yeah. 8 hours to 9 hours.
8 hours to 9 hours. You are in the office. Do you work all the 8 hours or 9 hours?
No, 8 hours to 9 hours. I won't be in the office. Like I work only 8 hours to 9 hours. I'll be in the office.
Work for 8 hours in the office. Please send me
No.
your profile. I need to see who you are. Seriously. Seriously, I need to see who you are.
I'll be in my office for us.
Don't ask this question from here because
Okay.
we used to work 8 to 9 hours. It's
You used to work, but today how many hours are you working? That's my question. Listening
Today.
and hearing.
today,
Active listening versus hearing. See, he's become an
today-
eligible bachelor. Okay, I'll tell you this. Typically speaking, you need to clock around 9 hours 15 minutes as per the rules and policies set by the HR in the office.
right.
9 hours 15 minutes. So if someone is saying that I'm working for 9 hours 15 minutes, that itself is a lie. Nobody can work for 9 hours 15 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. There is a cost involved for you to go into office and for you to come out of office, right? So I am going into the office. I need to place whatever it is. I need to do all my operational activities. I need to have my breakfast. I need to have my tea. Okay. I need to run through my emails. I need to do a prioritization of my work. I need to attempt my daily scrums. I need to do my sprint planning. I need to do my release planning sessions. I need to do my sprint review and demonstrations. I need to attend my retrospectives. At the same time, I need to prepare a report. and at the same time I have to give a feedback to my senior management and leadership on what is happening. Ideally speaking, on an hour of 9 or 15 minutes, you will have to knock off around 2 hours 15 minutes or 2 hours 45 minutes. Let's say roughly 3 hours is knocked off all these activities. See, I'm not saying that these are all non-productive activities, but these non-productive activities are the ones which are actually going to be converted to productive activities. The actual time which you are spending to get the work done will be roughly around 6 to 6.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Right.
Yeah, our man is still not agreeing. Raj is still not agreeing.
No, actually, I agree.
Arey, you told me 9 hours 15 minutes. That's why I told you, please send me your photo. I want to see which company you're working for.
No, I meant to say like I'll be in office for 3 hours to 4 hours. I will be connected
How many
from
hours
home
do
the
you
rest of the
actually
time.
work was my question. Listening versus hearing, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is the way we take requirements from the customer. End up it, customer start shouting at us, and then we say customer is mad. Customer is right? Requirements management. Again, the problem is there. We don't hear. Sorry, we don't listen. We only hear statically, and that's where all problem starts. So, ideally speaking, 9 hours 15 minutes. Nobody can work in the office for 9 hours 15 minutes. We are all human beings. We need breaks. We need to discuss on a couple of meetings. We need to have other demonstration sessions. All of this will ideally knock off around 2 to 3 hours of work. The actual time which you are delivering will be roughly around 6 to 6 hours, 6.5 hours of work. Now, in course of all your activities, if I am taking the same banking screen to deliver username, password, and a dummy database, a complete end-to-end task story, which I can deliver within the smallest given value is what you call as a story point. You understand why I asked you these questions? The smallest demonstrable piece of value which you can showcase to your customer independently is what you call as a story point. Now, you work for 6 to 6.5 hours, right? Supposing I go to the management and I say, I have delivered 75 story points. Do you think your management will be very happy hearing that statement? I have delivered 75 story points. For them, how does it really matter whether it is 75 story points or 7,000 story points, 7,500 story points? Does it matter to them?
No, sir.
What will they be interested in? You as team members will be interested in story points. But what will the leadership be interested in? Will they be interested in story points or will they be interested in the R metrics? R metrics and the persons, the effort, the load factor. That is what they will be interested in. So when they are interested in the load factor, you should have an appropriate rule of conversion of one story point towards a person who is actually working on it, right? Now, one story point, typically it actually varies from an organization to organization. Please don't take my value as a standard. You need to actually work on your team to find out what time you have actually taken to deliver your smallest value of a story point, end-to-end complete functionality. That is a story point. The story point value will actually vary from sprint to sprint. It is not constant throughout every sprint. It varies. There is always a problem. See, you will be encountered with all these kind of questions. A story point is not constant. The story point fluctuates throughout all sprints. And that is because the complexity of the story one in first sprint is not the same complexity of the story in second sprint. Do you think the two stories in two sprints will be of the same complexity?
No, sir.
It won't be, right?
May or may
Because
not be.
two sprints. First of all, the two stories in the same sprint will not be of the same complexity. How do you think it can be spanning across sprints? So, coming back to the discussion, the story point is the smallest demonstrable value of functionality which you can showcase to the customer, which has got a complete end-to-end benefit tested. Okay. Typically, a story point is around 6 to 6.5 hours. In some companies, I've seen a story point being delivered at 12 to 13 hours. Because the stories that they have chosen that sprint is that complex, or they have to eradicate the complexities and they are probably working with themes or features. So when they do a drill down, they will find out that they were actually working on some theme and eventually it became a feature. And once it became a task, the story point values will drastically come down. So if I'm given a story point which is around 5, does not imply any value in magnitude. If I'm giving 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 or whatever it is dimensionless. It is just to estimate the level of complexity with which you are going to showcase business value to customer. Story points have no magnitude. But if you have to showcase the results to business, you have to showcase the story points in related terms of person hours or person days. That is where business will be able to take a tangible value, and you will have to work. It has to be assembled with a team, and you will have to understand how this story point hour conversion happens, because here the team's collaboration effort comes into picture. Are you sure? Are you now convinced on this?
Yeah.
Right. Estimating, planning goals. Okay. In software development, an iteration is a cycle which usually is measured in terms of 1 week or 2 weeks. A 1 week sprint is typically done in an extreme programming project. A 2 week to 3 week is what is done in a typical Scrum project. I actually wanted to summarize all these things in that video so that I can run through all these things. Unfortunately, that is not working, so I have to go through every slide here. I'll showcase the video there so you can see through it afterwards, right? And the estimating and planning sessions, this is how we actually have a time box fixed, define clear goals. Typically, when you have goals, goals are of the type SMART. What do you think is a SMART goal? Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time bound. Right? If I'm setting goals like this, what is it I'm doing? I am setting goals which are having these attributes, and by which I'm able to reduce the level of rework or reduce the number of defects that occur as a result of product being delivered. Who is the person who has to set goals? Who can decide how the product has to function actually?
Product owner.
Product owner, the business, right?
Business.
So
Yeah.
this is where you have the 3 roles: product owner, the servant leader, and the team, development team, right? And a basic for an extreme programming project, you have an XP customer, you have XP coach, it's also called as an agile coach, extreme programmer, and extreme program tester, and an XP tracker. An XP tracker is like your servant leader. He is a person who does the coaching and the mentoring, and the person who the tracker actually works very closely is the XP coach. He's someone like your agile coach, right? Yes. This is a generic rule of the something which is industrially approved, and you have teams who are assembled in such a way that you get to see this number in picture. If it is extreme programming, it is a 1 team per project, 1 to 4. A Scrum team which has more than 9 members is broken down to 2 or more Scrums, which actually has 9 plus 9 plus 9. So that becomes a Scrum of a Scrum of a Scrum. It is called as Scrum of Scrum. It's also called as large scale Scrum. We will talk about large scale Scrum towards the end of this training program. Okay. Then there is something called as a DSDM. You have an ambassador user. These are all some roles which is very specific to that framework. You can just take a look at it. Anyway, this deck and the presentation will be shared to you. This is for your reference. Okay. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
This is a very common analogy, but I do not want to spend much time on it. I want to actually get into something more important before we actually break out for tea. Okay? Envision. This is how we have actually got all the objectives, the product vision. By the way, what is the difference between a vision and a mission?
Vision is something like it's a long time. It's your goal, your achievable thing.
Where the eventual destination is.
Mm.
What we are doing to attain the vision. Right?
Yeah.
Here? Yes. What is the customer's product vision? What are the key capabilities? What are the project's business objectives? What is the scope? What are the project constraints? Who are the right participants? This approach is sometimes also called as the W5H. What, where, when, why, and how. This whole approach is sometimes called as a W5H approach. Who, what, where, when, why, and how. You get this? Yes. Understood the vision of the project, learned the scope at the high level, and then key capacities, and then identified the approach to deliver the team structure, the methodologies. Methodologies are the frameworks and the processes. What testing process, what development process, and what is it that we have got at the final state or the envision state. Speculate. Once again, we are still in the DSDM. In this speculating phase, what is it we spoke about? Requirements gathering, organizing the features, estimating the requirements according to the risk, and a risk adjusted product backlog. Please tell me, in which kind of a project is the risk factor high? Is it in a traditional software development project, or is it an agile project? Which has the highest level of uncertainty?
Uncertainty.
Traditional.
Which project? Risk is high in agile or waterfall?
I think it should be agile.
Why? You are right. How?
Okay.
Uncertainty factors are high in agile projects. Get it?
Yeah.
So risk factors are high in agile projects. And how are we going to come up with your release plan and a roadmap? Progressive elaboration. Okay.
Mitigation plans.
Huh?
Mitigation plans.
The mitigation plan is a risk response. We'll get into risk planning tomorrow, not today.
Okay.
What is a progressive elaboration? See, I have got story A, story B, story C. By the time I finish work on story A, I got the details for story B. And by the time I finish the work for story B, I get into the story for C. That way in which I start elaborating the requirements from a subsequent story to a subsequent story from a previous story is what is called as progressive elaboration. See, I am working on 3 stories, A, B, C, and let us say I have 3 members who are working on story 1. Will they have all the knowledge for story 2?
No, agree. User stories are interdependent. Then
3 team members are working on story 1. Do you think they'll have all the knowledge for story 2?
They won't have all the knowledge, but slowly the story 2 will start coming up.
Story 2 will slowly start coming up, but the level of knowledge will be very low, and it will start increasing only when they try to complete all the stories in story 1, because that is when the team will attain certain level of maturity and understanding what is the dependent factor for story 2 when it is in connection with story 1. That is where this independent or invest features comes into play. Invest, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sizable, and testable. You remember we spoke about this. That is where they get to understand a realistic estimate on how we can have the mapping of story 1 towards story 2. That feature is called as progressive elaboration. And once there's a dependency which is actually known, which can be reused, we are all very expert developers, right? We'll repeat that for every iteration. And then this happens during continuous discussion with customer. And the customer presence is not a luxury, it is a must when it comes to agile projects. This is what is known as rolling wave planning. Any questions?
Sir, I have a question from the previous slide. You are saying that risk factor in agile is high, but since in if you see in the traditional method we are, sir, not even like continuous taking the feedback, and in agile we are already breaking the large work into the smaller work. Amount of like the risk is with a bigger work is higher, or the amount of risk is with a small work is higher?
So what is the question? Is it regarding the risk or is it regarding the development cycle?
Sir, risk, sir, because you are taking a bigger chunk of work, so definitely the involvement of risk is higher with that, right? And in agile we are taking, in every sprint we are taking a small work, so here we are breaking the risk into a smaller one.
Exactly, that is the idea behind me telling that risk is actually high in both, but the persistence of the risk is come pull towards the end of the project. If there's a risk factor which is
sir, my is that in agile risk is low, sir, and in traditional risk is high. My perception is that.
Okay, what is the definition of risk?
So uncertainty you are talking.
Okay,
that is the uncertainty.
Please tell me, yeah, which project has the highest level of uncertainty? Is it a predictive project or is it an agile project?
So definitely in predictive we are knowing all the facts. Yes, sir.
Then a predictive project has a lower level of uncertainty, and agile project has a higher level of uncertainty. And this higher level of uncertainty, I'm putting it as a four-lettered word called risk. An agile project has a high level of risk.
Right.
You never know whether this project is going to take off in the first place or whether it will be scrapped.
No, sir, got it.
Right? So we got covered progress elaboration and adaptive planning. See, typically project phases happen under 5 process groups: initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Right? So if you see in this initiating, you see typically we see the level of activity. Where is it that the activity is maximum? Execution. Right? Monitoring and controlling, you see this is one that runs throughout the entire phase of the project, from the initiating phase, from the planning phase to the execution, monitoring and controlling, closure. This is a small thing. In an agile project or an adaptive project, these phases are repeated continuously towards every iteration or sprint. Whereas in a predictive project, this happens in well-defined phases of the project, one after the other. You understand?
Right.
Great. Right, now we have covered the APM framework. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Break.
This is what is. Sorry.
I asked for break.
Yes, please.
If you want to tell something, like we'll quickly gather and go.
Sorry.
No, if we want to tell something, like we'll quickly capture and go.
What do you want me to tell quickly?
No, I asked for break, like you were about to tell something, so I said like.
Okay. Can you guys break out for a 10-minute break of tea?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then we'll come back to agile modeling, requirements gathering technique, because we have more or less done all these things. We will get into the story point estimation technique down this after the requirements gathering analysis. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It's 3:45. Okay, like we'll gather by 3:55.
3:50 or 3:55. Okay.
Yeah, 3:55.
Yes, Lakshmi will be joining back another 10 minutes time. Lakshmi will be back in another 10 minutes.
Maybe she's gone again.
I think, okay, I'll just have a quick chat with her. I'll just tell her. I'm going on mute now.
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Are you there?
Yeah. Okay. Now only I'm able to hear you.
So the inherent risk is my tea is still getting ready, but in any case, the tea will be coming over to my place. I do not anticipate the changes. I was not agile in tea.
That is because, like, from morning you were giving tea example.
Intel stories were not independent, they were dependent, right?
Oh, yeah.
See, I need to understand what is dependent and what is independent stories, right? This is how the dependent versus independent stories. I'm just making a note of this document so that
You were in Bangalore.
sorry?
You were in Bangalore.
I'm not in Bangalore. I am from Chennai.
Oh, okay.
What about you, Vishal?
Sir, I am from
I mean,
Delhi, sir.
Vikash. Huh?
Yeah, Delhi. Delhi.
You're connected from Delhi, is it? Okay, great. So, what we will do, we will try to understand what these agile models are all about. Requirements analysis. We got to understand the definition of the word requirement, right? What's a requirement? It is a conditional clause on a customer's business statement, which is definitely time bound, right? So, how are you going to understand what the customer really wants? There are multiple ways of doing it. One thing is to have a model or a prototype. A prototype is actually a scaled down model of the actual business model. See, I will tell you an example. Imagine if you are going to do a construction of a 200-story apartment or a apartment having 200 numbers. Now, how does it actually look when I'm going to build all the 200 apartments, take customer feedback, and the customer says, no, this is not according to Vastu, or the toilet should be kept in some other corner, the kitchen is there like this. Instead, you have to demolish everything. Your finance will completely overwrite your business and they say, find some other project. Versus constructing one model flat and showing that this is the way I am going to construct all the other 199 flats. Which do you think would be a better approach?
The model one.
The model one would be the preferred approach because when I'm actually showcasing my capability to business, first I need to understand business's aspirations toward what they expect from the business. And for me to do that, I need to showcase what I can do so that business can give me early feedback. The idea is I need to fail early or I need to fail fast to get rapid feedback so that I can inspect and adapt and incorporate the changes towards working software over comprehensive documentation. You get it? I need to fail fast. What is the point in failing late? Some other person would have taken away my business.
Yeah, risk will be higher, sir. Feeling late.
Right? Right? Prototypes. Some common types of prototypes include HTMLs, paper sketches, and wireframes. The most common thing that we are probably will be using will be about wireframes. In our offices or in our software development models, we typically use wireframes where we create a model and then we show this is how the entire description of the project will be. the partner will be like this. This is how we are going to work on things, and then we will give some mock-up of the screen, and then we will host that on a server. The customer needs to look at it with some user-generated access credentials, and then he can give inputs on the look and feel of the prototype, and then he can say whether it is actually to his requirements or if it is not towards his requirement. That is called as a prototype. You get it? Now I got my tea. Give me a minute. Yes, Mini, give me a minute. Now, please take a look at this slide, a persona.
Is persona a term?
Sorry?
Is persona a term or a product?
It is a term. It is not a made-up term, it's an actual term.
Okay.
An imaginary person. I will give you an example. Supposing you have a store system, and typically you will have store systems having 3 levels of access. Store owner. Okay. Then second thing is the store manager. The third thing is the store entry boy. These are the 3 typical minimum roles that any store will be having in any retail system. Okay. Likewise, if you go to any banking transaction, you will have a banking admin, bank manager, the bank general manager, and then the bank manager, and then you have a team of assistant managers who have limited access to approve any sales system or any check system, so that he will oversee the entire transaction activities. Have you seen that you give it to one counter, it is not approved in one counter, it will be passed across counters, they will give the approval and then they will come back to the parent counter. Have you seen that? Let us say if you go to any bank for a check or for any demand draft, do you think all the activities happen in only one counter?
No.
Why? There is an access-based credential which a person sitting in counter 6 may not be able to grant people sitting in person 7, 8 or 9. Person sitting in 9 may be having the lowest level of guest access versus person sitting in the general manager will be having the highest level of administrative access. Person sitting in counter 6 will be having the next level of access. And behind all of this, there will be another person called as a super admin who will be overseeing all the administrative access, including the super accesses, so that just a minute. Yes. Sorry guys, I'm back. See, typically if I'm talking about a persona, the highest level of access will be given by will be had by the general manager. The second will be by the senior manager. So a user persona will talk about what responsibilities and what transactions the highest level authority can have versus what a mediocre level of authority can have and what the lowest level of authority can have. And that kind of a schema where you depict the responsibilities of any given individual or an entity in the transaction system is what you call as a persona. Are you clear or are you not very clear?
Yeah.
Come again, sir.
See, I'll give you an
Continue.
example. This example, let me take the same example in a point of sale system. Okay, if the delivery counter boy, he would probably have only a standard 6 or a standard 8 pass candidate. Do you think he needs to know about how his store is performing in comparison to 4 other stores which are run by the same brand name?
No.
Will he need a store comparison report?
He may require.
No.
I'm talking, please read the question properly. Please listen, don't hear. Become eligible, man. Hey,
No, sir. Store
there is a
comparison
pure
report
delivery
generally.
boy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Store comparison report generally the general manager would need, but why the store boy would?
Why will a delivery boy need to know that, right?
Right.
Correct.
Because the comparison report the senior level people will need.
They will
to
only need
compare
that.
it. Right.
Exactly. That's exactly. That's why I told you, you should become an eligible bachelor first. After T. Okay. So the second thing after that is, will the store boy need to know how many items are there on the first 2 rows of the shelf?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will the driver of the company of that store need to know how many items are there on the shelf? Will he need to know that?
No, sir. No.
No.
There's no
No.
point in knowing.
So you understand, each of this role-based configuration of any system becomes a persona. I understand. That is where the persona comes into picture.
Okay.
A general manager will need to know the entire store comparison report. The owner of the company needs to know how his brand is actually working in comparison to other brands. Now, a person at a counter only needs to know how many inventory items are there on that shelf for that day. The driver need not know anything. All he needs to do is punch in his attendance. You understand? Can you understand how the role-based configuration actually works? That configuration is what you call as a persona.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going back. It's only going back and back, man. Prototypes. Use case. What is a use case? Let us try to map a persona versus a use case. Okay. You are an ATM card owner of State Bank of India, and you need to swipe the ATM card to withdraw money from the ATM for your personal usage. Okay. If you are the legal owner of the card, you will be able to take the ATM cash. If you are not, you will not be able to know the password, and the card will be blocked for that day after 3 incorrect attempts, right? A use case is actually a series of steps which represent a transaction happening between a system and an actor. In this case, if you are interacting with the ATM machine, you become the actor and the machine becomes a system. So you actually swipe the card. That is case 1. When this case is swiped, when the card is swiped, enter correct password is displayed. That is case number 2. Then after you key in the correct password, the system opens up. That is case number 3. This is called as a happy path. Now, if you enter the incorrect password, what happens? It routes back to the same flow. Please enter the correct password, right? That is what is called as an exception path. That happens for 3 attempts. After 3 attempts, the card is blocked for that day. Now, in the happy path, it asks for a couple of options, 8 options or 10 options, depending on what facility your bank offers you using that ATM card. Supposing you want to withdraw cash, you want to see the balance, you enter, do you want to withdraw the balance? That is transaction 1. Transaction 5. And then, do you want to close this transaction? Transaction 6. So you see all these individual activities which we often take for granted. Each of this is actually a use case. Understand?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And this use case as such is a compilation of multiple user stories. One use case can have at least in some instances, a use case can have around 10,000 user stories. The user story is actually the task level granularity of each and every activity which you are going to get done so that the use case is delivered eventually. So when you're delivering that use case, what happens? All the user stories under the use case are delivered.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now what happens? Do you see that? The system, the transaction, and the output. Each of that is a use case. Happy path, the failed path, the second path, and how it actually happens, and what is going to happen if it is correct, what is not going to happen if it is correct, right? Those things are all displayed in this. You want to take a look at the screen? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Great. Yes. Now, a compilation of multiple use case eventually results in what? A product backlog. And a product backlog further refining and getting prioritized is what you call as a revisited, refactored product backlog. And one of the activity of the Agile projects are about product backlog refactoring. What is refactoring? It is about putting things which are in priority. Yesterday, okay, I'll give you one example of a real-time scenario that happens. You all graduated out of high school, standard 10, right? In standard 10 or standard 7, what would possibly be your ambition? Get into some engineering college or your medical college or whichever professional course you wanted to complete, your Bachelor of Science or Master of Science, whichever the case was. And be the most successful candidate. I should be standard, I should be first rank in my college or whatever it is. Today, do you have the same requirement?
No.
No.
Why?
Sir, with time, your requirement changes.
Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. That is exactly the answer I was looking out for. When there is a time box which has gone very, very wide, your requirement factor completely changes. Because your requirement factor completely changes, what you thought was unknown unknowns has actually gone into redundant requirements, or you consider it as a known and you think that this can be done. So let us drop that requirement or incorporate this requirement into another known unknown or a known requirement. So essentially, the time box of the requirement is one of the most important things as far as an agile project is concerned. See, I'll give you an example. Let us say you are in New Delhi, right? If you want to travel from, let us say, Narendra Modi's place, what is this? The Prime Minister's office towards, let's say, Indraprastha or whatever, right? It takes roughly around 1 or 2 hours, right?
Right, sir.
It takes around, I'm just giving you, I've not been to that place directly, but I read in some articles, it takes around roughly 1 or 2 hours, right? Considering the worst traffic in the early morning. Supposing I'm going to drive from the Prime Minister's office towards Indraprastha Marg, which in the mid of the night, do you think it will take the same 2 hours?
No.
Why?
Sir, because in like a daytime, the traffic will be different. In the night, traffic will be, situation will be different.
Exactly. Now do you understand? At different time factors, the requirements or the external conditions differ. So you need to understand that during a backlog refactoring, what is it that we actually do is you consider stories which have been put in the backlog, revisit them and then see if it is really a story which can be delivering value at that point in time or in the subsequent sprint. If it does not deliver value in the present sprint or in the subsequent 3 sprints, it may deliver value only in the 15th sprint. Put it as an inactive line in the product backlog. It need not assume the first priority in the backlog. And that activity is what you call as a product backlog grooming. Okay. And this is one important activity that happens during every agile project execution. A way of remembering backlog grooming is to remember a marriage. If you are married, the boy is actually called as a groom, right? When does a groom get ready? Is it before the marriage or is it after the marriage?
Before the marriage, yes.
Before the marriage, right? The same way, if you look at it, an agile project, the stories for the subsequent sprint will be readied before that sprint is executed. That is why it is called as a backlog grooming session, or is also called as a backlog refactoring session. Is it perfectly fine?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No.
Now let us come to the prioritization thing. I think more or less we have covered most of what is there in the prioritization technique. High, medium, low, mass scope. There is something called as a Kano model, which we will be looking at in some time, and monopoly money and relative weighing, which we will be visiting in some time from now. Use of features. Mass scope. Often use. Okay. Often use, always, never. How many times, okay, how many of you have a mobile phone? I think it's one of the most stupid questions to ask any of you guys, right? We all have a smartphone, right?
Right.
Yeah.
A smartphone is one which actually makes us less smart, right?
Correct. Correct.
So, how many features do you think your smartphone has?
Many features, sir.
Huh?
We can't even remember.
I don't want open statements, sir. You should not say something like automation of all banks in the country. You should tell me some number.
Okay.
20 notable.
I'm talking about a total number of features.
50 or 100?
100 features, okay? Nothing less than 100, right? Total number that are present on your phone. Now, how many features do you actually use?
20.
15 to 10, right? That is what is the decision factor. You need to understand that per a statistical survey that has been conducted by Nielsen, it has been found that in the entire world, only 7% of the projects succeed using agile frameworks and agile philosophy. The reason being, they spend most of their time trying to deliver 67% of the features which any customer rarely or never uses, and they never spend their time trying to build 33% of the features which most of the customers use. 7% of the agile projects succeed because the service providers deliver most of the time trying to deliver 67% of the features which no customers use or very rarely used, and they spend very less time in developing 33% of the features which most of the customers use. I will give you an example of the phone using the same telephone. See, my phone should be capable of making a call, receiving a call, sending a message, receiving a message, sending some bulk messages. If it is possible, I should be able to bridge 2 or 3 calls using some conference, right? These are all the must-have features of a telephone. Do you agree with me or do you disagree with me?
Agreed.
I should have set of features is I should be able to record the telephonic conversation so that if I want, I can actually replay the conversation to get to understand what was actually discussed, and I can make notes out of that discussion, right?
Correct.
I could have, if it has see, today most phones have a very colorful display, large display. I can say from a relative perspective, most phones should have something like a wireless GPS from where I can make myself visible at a satellite level at which coordinate of the earth I'm standing, and I should be able to see in some satellite TV screen. That's a nice feature, right? Below the ground, over the ground, wherever it is, I can see myself standing in a satellite screen, right? Won't have. Why will I want to know the IPL scores when I'm talking to my office manager? You understand?
No point.
But if I want to see the IPL score, I will go ahead and log into IPLscore.net or whichever the website, or I will go and directly see in these TV matches. If I need to talk to my manager, I will talk to my manager. Why do I need to know the live score of IPL as I am talking to my manager? Chances are high that I am in deep soup when I'm viewing my IPL score as I'm talking to my manager, right? So building that feature of you listening to the IPL score as you're talking to the manager, is it going to deliver any value? On the contrary, it will land you in problem. Do you agree with me or not?
Yes.
Agree?
Yes, sir.
So this is what we need to understand as a prioritization technique, often used. Build features which customers really need and you'll never go out of business. It's one of the thumb rules. So a priority one is one of the basis of understanding which is of priority 1, 2, or 3. A pencil should have wood. It should not it should not create an injury on my hand. It should be capable of making a legible mark on the paper. It should be capable of being rubbed off by an eraser without leaving stain marks. I don't need an IPL transistor, right? Priority 1, 2, 3, Moscow, high, medium, low, the same thing. Typically, all these criteria fall under category 1, category 2, category 3, or category A, category B, category. They are all the same. Priority 1, 2, 3, high, medium, low, category A, category B, category C. This categorization comes in terms of manufacturing industry. If it is in the term of software ticket prioritization for solving issues, it's a priority ticket or high, medium, low. Okay. Then this is something which is called as a monopoly money. This is one of the useful features in gaining priority, but can be taken too far if low value added activities are also there as part of business features. As a developer, please tell me, do you really love the activity of documentation?
Never, sir.
You all hate documentation, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You love documentation or hate documentation?
I don't like that.
You hate documentation, right? That's a standard language which a developer has. No developer will love documentation because he considers it a waste of time. But an end user, will he be able to think of the software from the developer's perspective?
No.
So a documentation comes into life because a developer cannot think the way the end user perceives the software system, and an end user cannot interpret the software the way a developer has written. So the documentation is actually a bridge between the developer's thinking and the way the end user perceives the functionality. Now, this monopoly money as a system, it is a helpful approach in which sponsors equaling this project budget and asking them to distribute among the system features. I'll tell you this: development $1, testing $0.50, and then documentation $0.75. So whichever activity has the highest level of prioritization, that I will take more into interest because that generates revenue. It's all about generating value and revenue. You get it?
Right.
Yes. I think we spoke about this extensively, right? Do you want to still dwell on the screen? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Cano analysis. This is something which I want to spend some time on. Any product for a matter of creation will have 4 of these qualities. Some product, if I see in the market, is a delighter. It has an wow, this product, it generally gives a customer wow. It's something which is called as okay, so I have a need, it satisfies my need. Dissatisfied, I'm not at all satisfied with this product. Indifferent, it is neither satisfactory nor I am neutral about the whole thing. Okay, I will give you an example of this. Let us talk about you designing the car. Okay, a car, if it has a low fuel consumption, but if I'm able to drive up to 100, let us say, typically a car generates mileage up to 21 or 22 kilometers, right, per liter. Now, I'm supposing I'm having a car which can give up to 55 kilometers per liter. Don't you think you will be able to? You will be very excited about this.
Definitely,
Yeah.
sir.
Definitely right? And then a doors open car, a very rich guy's car. Okay. Then massage seats. I'm sitting in the car, I'm being massaged. Don't you think I'm relaxing? A cigarette lighter, for those of you who smoke, a cigarette lighter is a delighter. But for a person who does not smoke, do you think a cigarette lighter is an exciter?
No.
It becomes neutral to them. And a massage seat for passenger and the driver. There's a driver who wants to focus his attention on driving. And if the massage is on, he may not be able to give his attention. So what happens? Is it a satisfier or a dissatisfier?
Dissatisfier.
It becomes a dissatisfier, right? And a napkin holder. Most instances, I don't even care. I put the napkin in my pocket and I'll only look at it only when I'm getting down from the car, right? Now, supposing I am having a GPS system in the car and I'm also having a music system in the car. Which of this do you think will be useful to me? Music system or a GPS system if I'm going on a long hike and I do not know the route?
GPS.
Do you think a GPS music system will add any value if I do not know the route? It becomes a distractor. So the Kano model is actually an example of how you can understand the 33% and the 67% of a project. Delighter and exciter, satisfier, dissatisfier, how you can put a product as an indifferent product, right? This is what the depiction of the picture is all about. What is an exciter? What is a dissatisfier? What is a neutral? And which is something which I need to work on, right? Now there's one more technique called as a relative weighing. I will give you one example. This relative weighing is something that is also used in common parlance with relative estimation. Okay. Can someone tell, can the two of you, within the two of you, can someone tell me how tall you are? Let us say I give Vishal an opportunity. How tall you are? How tall are you, Vishal?
Sir, 5 feet 10 inch.
5 feet and
10 inch.
8 inches. 5 feet 8 inches. You are as tall as I am. I am 5 feet and 9 inches. Okay, let us say 6 feet. Okay. Now, how tall do you think the Taj Mahal is? The Taj Mahal?
Never think about it.
You're laughing, is it?
No, sir. Means I have never look at it like measuring it. But yeah, it is.
Hey, nobody's asking for exact numbers, man. Even rocket systems go on estimates. They become accurate after refinement. That is the idea which I'm trying to drive at.
So maybe it's like 400 or 500 meters.
500 feet, right?
Yeah.
500 feet tall.
500 feet. How high is the Taj Mahal? 500 feet, right? Let's okay. You come up with one more number, Raj.
Yeah, I would say it would be maximum 30 feet to 25 feet. That's it.
Oh man, you are one of the pessimistic estimates.
500
He's
feet.
asking, huh? You are a pessimistic estimator in this entire section, man. Now, the reason why I'm asking you all these things is it actually throws light on multiple issues of discussion. Pessimistic estimation, optimistic estimation, and what is it that actually drives the numbers between two people. So I'll give one more number. Let us say it is around 100 feet. Let it not be 30 feet. Let it not be 500 feet. Can we say it is 100 feet?
Okay.
Or do you want to make it lesser?
I have no choice.
Huh?
I have no choice. Whichever it is, okay.
Okay, fine. We'll fix it at 90 feet. Neither you nor me. Okay, 90 feet. The height of the Taj Mahal is around 90 feet. Okay. Now, both Seshadri and Vishal are around 6 feet tall. Now, if I say, so the relative estimation between Taj Mahal and Seshadri, the training facilitator, and Vishal, the participant, is 90 divided by 6, which is 15 times. So can I say that Vishal is 15 times as short as the Taj Mahal and the Taj Mahal is 15 times as tall as Vishal?
Yeah, sir, we can relate it.
What am I doing? I am actually taking a known entity of measurement and I am comparing it with an unknown entity of measurement and I am arriving at a metric. That is what is called as an expert judgment. It is sometimes called as an analogous approach. And this, I am using it in relation with quantity A and quantity B. This is what is called as relative weighing. The same technique will be used in relative estimation, which we will be discussing tomorrow. Are you now fine with the concept?
Yeah.
Right? Same thing, high business value and then responsibility of the product owner to put a high business value and which team can deliver. Help things, right things. What's the difference between things right and right things? Things right is I got a requirement for the customers. The team developed, but the customer was not at all satisfied because the customer thought everything was right. And then when he saw the final deliverable, he told this is not what I wanted. And then we blamed the customer saying that customer does not know the subject. The right thing is about incorporating the customer early in the situation so that you can incorporate feedback early in the discussion and you can apply a corrective course of action so that you can deliver what the customer exactly wants. Understand? Right things is about delivering value. Things right is about just saying I have done the right thing. Right? And helps choosing features that delight the customers. If let us say I'm having the same car massage facility for only the people who are sitting, that is very good. But supposing I'm doing the massage for the driver, do you think the driver will be driving the car safe?
Yeah.
Or at least massaging on your chair. You understand?
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Not a problem. See, the idea is when there's a massage facility given, it's of value if the passengers in the car get a massage, not if the drivers get a massage. If the driver starts getting massage, then chances are high that he may not be concentrating on the road. It becomes a diverter. It is not an alerter. Okay. And what is this last line, ROI? Have you heard of this term ROI?
Return of investment.
Return on investment. Okay. What is this return on investment?
Whatever service or consulting solution you do, like should have some feedback and that will be a positive one. Or whatever you invest in business, whatever the customer.
Return on investment is also called as return on assets. Or this is what is called as net fine. Now let me go to the next section. Prioritization, customer collaboration. Okay, let us understand this. Decomposition. What did we do? Automation of the banking system of the nation. Did we automate all the banking system of the nation? What did we actually automate? We automated the passbook printing and the demand draft printing. So decomposition is actually the process of breaking a high level component into smaller components so that the tasks can be delivered, because what you're delivering to the customer is actually a task, not an epic, nor a feature, nor a theme. And value-based decomposition is about prioritizing the highest value project items on the first place so that they can start using. It's about giving the pencil first and then giving the eraser second, and then say that you run the small feature, the pencil and the eraser will be integrated, so you can have a pencil and eraser integrated into one portion. That is called as value-based decomposition. Yes. What is a Delphi technique? First, let us understand this, something called as a requirements analysis portal. Okay. Now, a Delphi technique is something which is a technique which is actually used in requirements analysis. Let us say you are working in a team and there are 3 or 4 people in the team who have very high power, and you cannot discuss sensitive issues of the team in front of these guys. He could be directly associated with the leadership or the senior management, and you cannot, and he may be a person who may be creating a lot of trouble. But if a third party comes to you and asks, what is the root cause of the problem, you cannot point fingers at him directly. What do? Can you go and talk about it openly? Can we discuss on this openly?
No.
What happens is, in such cases, there is a moderator who gives paper to all the participants. And when you are given to all the participants need to have one thought in mind. Never ever disclose their name or their phone number. Otherwise, they are caught. You write down whatever is a root cause or what you think is a root cause of all the problems. And once you come to a common agreement on what the root cause of all the problems is, You put it all on a paper and give it back to the moderator. The moderator does not know from whom it has come or from where the problem source is. So eventually what happens is you got a complete list of problems, and eventually after looking through the problems, you know that this guy who's the person who's creating all the kind of problem. Appropriate action can be taken against the person to ensure that smoothness is present in the project. Now, when you're talking about a wide band Delphi, it is about brainstorming in a small group. What I mean by a brainstorming in a small group is, let us say you have a team typically consists of junior members and senior members. The junior members are very excited to take about work and they give very high estimates for any activity. Don't you think this is a common problem which you see in your projects?
Yeah.
Now, your senior members don't approve of the estimates, and then when you are giving the same requirement after revision, you give them on a scale of 1 through 5. How much time does it take to develop screen 1? How much time does it take to develop screen 2? The scale measurement scales are 5 to 10 days, or 5% of your active time to 25% of your active time. When you are giving a range with which the metric can be defined with the small check which is done anonymously, that becomes your wideband Delphi method. Understand?
Okay.
Yes, same thing. Planning poker. Good. Sometime back, I asked, what is the height of the Taj Mahal, right? We all had divided opinions, right? Someone told, I think Vishal told me 500 feet, and then Raj told
it's 240 feet.
Raj told it was around 60 feet or 50 feet. And then I told it was 90 feet. Okay. So typically, I will give you one small activity to discuss within yourselves. How long does it take for you to design a banking screen? Please spend 2 minutes of your time and then write an estimate as to how long it will take to design a login screen of a banking, and then give these numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. I'll come back to you. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, hi, Vikas.
Hi, Raj.
So,
So login screen has one page where you should have 2 buttons, right? And 2
yeah.
text boxes. One should be the username and another should be the password.
That's right.
Yeah. So again,
Yes, please.
is the technology.
Huh?
You asked us to discuss 2 minutes.
You can write first, the rule of the game is, you please know it is 4:46. Please take time up to 4:50. And then I'm going to ask you separately. The other person should not listen what the other person is saying. And when I'm asking second person, he should not listen to what the other person. Then we'll collaboratively discuss the 2 answers. There's an idea behind my asking you to do this.
Sure. Already 1 minute gone in telling this.
Yes. Listening versus hearing, right?
Yeah, we'll make it. It's 16:48. We'll make it 17 hours. Yeah, because we
You
need.
don't tell me the numbers. Don't tell me the numbers. I'll ask you the numbers separately.
Yeah, but we need to discuss, right?
Huh?
We need to discuss, right? We can do that, right?
You write separate estimates, Raj. Let Vikash write separate estimates.
Okay.
And then I will talk to the 2 of you after this 2 minutes of time are over.
Perfect. That's it. Yeah.
Done? Estimates done?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, done.
Done?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Raj, would you want to go first in this?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Raj, please tell me what is it that you have come up with, and then Vikas should not be listening to what Raj is saying.
In that case, I'll let Vikas go first.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, I'll go with like my estimate is 7 days.
Huh?
7 days.
7 days. Can you give a small breakup of what you estimated as 7 days?
Yeah, page designing and construction of websites 1 day. Database development and grant access and database checking will be 1 day. Password policies and enforcing quality will be 1 day. Design and test options and if at all we need a reset option and to enforce the check, that will be 1 day. And the overall set will be 1 day, and presenting this to the client will be 1 day. So overall 7 days.
7 days. Very good. Yes, Vikash, please tell me what are your estimates?
2 days, sir. 2 to
This
3
time,
days.
Raj, you should not hear.
Okay.
How do 3 days? If I count in terms of hours, then my designing I said just keep 2 hours because there is nothing much complexity in the login phase.
How many days?
Hours, sir. In designing, I'm just keeping 2 hours. And in development, in the build phase, I am just keeping it like 6 hours.
Are you a project manager by any chance?
Sir,
Huh?
2 to 3 days, I am just keeping it, sir.
No, you're talking in terms of hours, right? You're talking about the finance breakdown. That's why I wanted to check if you're a project manager. So I'll talk to you on those lines.
Yeah, sir, I was doing estimation in my previous project, sir, and currently also. So that's why I'm talking.
That's right. I thought so.
Okay. Can I join?
Sir, essentially, how many days did you take, Vikash?
Sir, for the login page, I don't think I should take more than 2 days. 2 days is more than sufficient for me. 2 to 3 days.
Okay. The overall activity Raj told. Now let me disclose the answers common. Raj told 7 days. So how many days have you taken? How many days have you taken?
So you're talking to me?
Yes, Vikash.
Sir, I just means 2.5 means days.
Okay. See, this is a second instance where I actually wanted to show how you actually have a disparity in the way the estimation itself happens. You understand? See, if you look at it, the same banking screen, it's a common, you both are developers and you both are used to the development aspects. But Raj says it's 7 days and you say it is 2.5 days. Why? Now do you understand the same development activity, a developer may be knowing that this is something that takes around 2 or 3 days. Another developer may not have that level of knowledge. This is where the concept of this unknown knowns and unknown unknowns come into picture. Now, in this discussion, you will now collaborate with Raj and Raj will collaborate with Vishal, and then they say, okay, hey, Array, I gave 7 hours, 7 days, and then he has given around 3 days. Perhaps am I missing something where I have actually bloated the schedule by around 110%? What is it that I have incorporated to make it 7 days? Is it something that Vishal is seeing which I have not seen? This to and fro collaboration, individuals and interactions over processes and tools eventually will help you come down with estimates, and the concept of padding vanishes. What is this padding? Adding more numbers into the estimate, thinking that this I will be safe in delivering to the customer. The customers are brilliant than what we are. They'll be able to see through all the padding things. and then they will say, we don't want all these padding, give us the realistic numbers. When you give the realistic numbers, it will be around 3 or 4 days. You understand? This is the basic of a planning poker. The next 4 slides will be talking about this. You will have one number. It's actually a set of cards which is actually given to all the members of the same agile team. One person will say 2 days for a task, 1 hour. Some person says 3 hours. Another person says 7 hours. Another person says 12 hours. Then the numbers are in an acceptable range. Let us say 2 days, 3 days, or let us say 3.5 to 4 days. It's perfectly fine. But if the deviation from the numbers is abnormal, let's say a person says 2-3 days, another person says 15 days, then there is something really that needs to look into the whole activity. Why is he quoting 15 days and why is he saying 2 days? Is this person quoting 2 days missing out on something, and is that person saying 15 days, is he including so many other things? Or has he missed out on something? These kind of to and fro individual and interaction techniques will actually bring in the known knowns and the known unknowns, and which will help about bringing the best estimates for the best business values delivered to the customer. Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, this has been, I've actually faced this situation in my current project. It's just recent close.
Exactly. I intentionally did not go through this deck because I wanted you to do it real time.
Because the customer has taken the estimates from two of the same employee, means the same organizations, and he said that he is giving me this much estimate and you are giving me this, and you are both from the same organization. So why the estimate is coming so high from that person and from you?
Exactly. So this is the basis. Why do you think I asked you to do it offline?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think I asked the other person not to listen to what you are saying? This is how actually a customer will evaluate your estimates on the planning poker. He will not see, at least ours is a virtual session, and I know that you two are genuine guys. But a customer will not look at anybody from a genuine perspective. For him, everything should come to him correct with the least investment in cost. How are you going to deliver that and still retain your business and have a breakthrough in your business? That is the whole idea in this estimation technique. You understand? And there is something called as a PERT, which something, see, conceptually, please try to remember the formula. I will try to give you this. Okay. See, I will give you another example. Height of the Taj Mahal, right? Raj was saying, how much did you say, Raj? 60 feet, right?
Yeah, even lesser.
Vishal, how much did you say? 500 feet, right? 500 feet, right?
Yeah.
Mine. What did I say? 100 feet or 90 feet, right? Let us have it at 100 feet. The pessimistic, the PERT, which is also called as program evaluation and review technique, has a formula. It is pessimistic plus 4 times most likely plus optimistic. All of this, wait a minute. All of this divided by 6. Okay. Now, let us try to find out the PERT for the height of the Taj Mahal. Okay. The PERT is equal to, can we do the calculation? Can you do the calculation? 60 plus 4 into, that is 4 into 100 is 400 plus 500 divided by, so 160 feet is the height of the Taj Mahal, right?
It's 240 feet actual height.
That's, I don't know, but with the given inputs, I've given this height.
Oh, okay. Based on the inputs. Okay.
Now, how am I going to arrive at 240? Once again, after a second, now once with this input, what will I do is when I start the program, I find out that there are some challenges in the estimation. I once again encounter known knowns and known unknowns and unknown unknowns. With this, as I start evolving, I find out that my estimation techniques refine over time. Okay, that is when I will not exactly say 240 feet. The height of the Taj Mahal is somewhere around 255 or 275 feet. There's not much of a window of a difference between this and that, right? So at 160 feet, my steam is still maturing. So the team essentially has a couple of stages: forming, performing, adjourning. If you look at this PERT is actually what is called as a weighted average. Okay, there is another called as a triangular estimate. You could get a question on this. It is actually pessimistic plus most likely plus optimistic all divided by 3. It's a simple average. See, why do you think this 4 most likely is actually coming into picture? Why can't it be some 6 or 7? Statistically, it is proven that if I put 4 times the most likely, the risk factor will be taken into consideration. You understand?
Yeah.
By 3. So this time the height, if it is a triangular estimate, the height of the Taj Mahal will be somewhere around what? 50 plus 60, 50 plus 100 plus 60, which is 500 plus 100 plus 60, which is 660, right? 660 divided by 3 is 220 feet. Right? Understand? That is more or less in the alignment with that.
Yeah, so, almost par value.
Exactly. So what does this mean? We are working with less unknowns and we are working with more knowns. This is the learning. This is the learning that we have got out of the session. Is it clear now?
Okay.
Okay. Now we shall move on to the next topic: affinity diagramming and estimating. I think we have actually done this estimation right now, right? You have given this a planning poker and quantitative sizing, right? Now, what we do is you have a board, stable, smallest, medium, large, largest, right? When you put stories of this kind, and when from the product backlog, you're taking out stories and putting it on this, what happens is I can deliver story A first, then I can deliver story D, then I can deliver story E, then F, B, G. What happens? Do you think all of this is a unified pattern or is it disoriented pattern?
Disoriented pattern actually.
The disoriented pattern is your story map. Now, what happens is in this disoriented story map, I will take all the stories and I will try to find out which of the story is large, which of the story is the largest, which of this is the smallest. Towards the end of the session, I will share with you that video link towards that video which I was talking to you about, right? You please take a look at it after our session. It's just a 10-minute video. It explains all of this in detail, but I will give you a conceptual understanding so that you are equipped to take a look at that video. There are 2 kinds of estimation: small, medium, and large. The other thing is called as a t-shirt size estimation: size S, size M, size L, size XL, and size XXL. So I have stories, and each of these stories I can put in different buckets. And as I am putting into buckets, I will break the story such that it either falls into the small or the smallest one. And something that is small, I can actually deliver. Something if it is really large, I cannot deliver. So it actually helps us a way in understanding which can be delivered, which cannot be delivered. Basically, it's all about another ways of providing value, right?
Hello.
Hello, you guys are becoming very active.
No, we didn't. Okay. We thought like the network was back again.
Okay. See, there is something else which you need to understand as a part of this estimating. There is something called as a qualitative estimate and there is something called as a quantitative estimate. The qualitative estimate is something called as a probability times the story factor. There is something, what the story factor is, see, if you come up with some numbers on the size of the story, right? 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, whatever it is. The probability is how many times the same story is repeated. That you come up with a number. The quantitative is you are actually fitting it into the values. And with that, you will be able to realistically say that a story which is of this magnitude, where I need to see the user persona of around 15 stores for a person who's to see the store of performing across all outlets in the story. This is it is increased by 16%. It has dipped by 16%. I will be able to give value only after I get that input. So this is one of the means of actually deciding which is high, which is low. Right?
Can you please repeat that?
See, a qualitative sizing versus a quantitative sizing depends on how you are going to qualify a story as really large, complex, which cannot be delivered, or a smallest, which can definitely be delivered. Now, this qualitative size, if you look at it, something which is marked as questionable is something that you cannot deliver or you are still not sure. That kind of a story is something you put as called as a spike. You do some R&D and then you come up with some values, and that once again falls into largest, larger, medium, and smallest. After you've done this qualitative sizing, you put this into quantitative sizing, and that is called as a t-shirt size estimation. T-shirts generally come into size S, M, L, XL, and XXL, right? The largest sizes of story F and story E. Story A is XL. Story L is D. Story M is C and G. The story S is B. What do? We first deliver story B. Then we will deliver story C and story G by breaking it to smaller components. Once those two stories are delivered, we have to break story L into story M, or M times a component. That being further, you have to refine it into story S. So essentially what you're taking is, you're taking all the stories, breaking it into smaller components, and you're delivering the aggregated components into the finest value, which is value to the customer. You understand?
Yeah, theoretically it is clear. I have one small doubt here. Like, how will you? Maybe it's a repetitive doubt. Like, how will you tell that this story is really complicated, questionable, or size of XXL? Based on any other any parameter or any evaluation factor, we say that this story is a complicated story. Maybe like the LLD or HLD.
I'll tell you. See, if a team is actually working on a project for the first time, then it becomes a very big story, because that is where a team actually starts the work. They may not be fully aware of the agile estimation model, but as a team starts working on an agile project, they start to understand that if it is this kind of a complexity, it needs to fall into one or either of these two buckets. So that awareness comes into picture, that uncertainty of the estimation is gone. To a good extent, certainty exists, and to a lesser extent, uncertainty prevails. Now, that uncertainty aspect is once again broken down by the knowledge which you have from the certainty component. You understand? It is only an aggregated breakdown of smaller stories, which actually cascades towards delivering value. And you cannot do with a very large story. A very large story is something that cannot be delivered. It has to be broken down into chunks. Essentially, when you're delivering, it will only be delivering of this kind, either here, smallest, or size yes. That is where you can actually check and deliver value. And a collection of all these stories become a medium-sized story. Medium-sized stories become largest, right?
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Now I have a bit of a confusion between the story and the task.
Yeah. Story and the task.
Yeah.
A task is actually a compilation of stories, right?
Story, yeah, task is a no.
I think task is a more granular level.
Yeah,
We
Task is
can call
group
granular,
of
but the story, yes.
group of tasks will make a story.
Hmm. Too many definitions, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
beginning to feel the heat.
You're becoming agile practitioners, man. Yes.
Sir, I have
Okay.
one question on the previous estimation. You have
Please tell me.
used one, sir, you have shown us one PERT method, right now, to estimate, to arrive to one
Hmm.
estimation. There you have also used another that is called triangular method, right, sir?
Hmm.
So that is also a predefined method for
See,
estimation.
there are two kinds of, essentially there are two kinds of estimates. One is a PERT, which takes into account the risk factor, and the triangular estimate, which does not take into the risk factor. The choice is yours, whether you want to take the risk factor into account or you do not want to take the risk factor into account.
Okay. But sir, if you see that if you don't take the risk factor in account, then we are more closer to the actual data, right? In arriving,
That is
if we
where,
compare the,
so the initial estimate was incorrect. We thought it was a complex story. It was actually not a complex story. It was actually a complicated story. The number of unknowns is less. Knowns are more. We have actually demonstrated it in action itself. I think you have not got it conceptually, man. See, let us understand. See, when I'm having to deal with around 5 or 6 stories, we thought all the 6 stories we did not know, and we came up with a number saying that the risk factor needs to come into picture. Now, after putting it in the risk factor, the value was less. And when we went close towards the solution to be delivered, we found out that this was not the way to have approached. So what happens? The team refines its approach. Essentially, you should understand that there's no one driving it. It's a team which is driving itself.
right.
You're
Yes,
still
sir.
not clear? The team is driving
No.
itself. Team is empowered to do that. And how do you think the team refines itself, saying that if this kind of a scenario comes up, I'll have to use a triangular estimate? That comes with experience. Do you think a conventional project manager will be able to do that?
No, sir.
That is where the difference comes in a conventional project versus an agile project, right? So let us get into the risk adjusted backlog. This risk is something that is strongly prevalent in an agile project. And as you are actually delivering values which are of the highest risk potential, the risk factor in the backlog diminishes. Now, we need to understand that something which is of a high risk and high value is something that we need to deliver in the first place. Because high value and high risk items need to go out. And if the product owner is not having clear idea, then the team has to work out a strategy by which they deliver the value. And then this gives an opportunity for the product owner to understand if this was really a high priority risk for, if it was a priority item for him. And how will he know that if it is a high priority for him? There are two more metrics which we talk about this. From a product owner, there are two metrics. One is NPV. Have you heard of this NPV?
Yes, sir.
What is it? Okay. What's the formula for simple interest?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to standard 10 mathematics. PNR divided by 100. What's the formula for compound interest? Forgotten?
Sir, P to 1 plus R by 100 whole to the power number of years for which you are going to pay the interest.
Whole to the index n. Okay.
Yes.
Now, if I'm going to make P the subject of the formula, what happens? P is equal to A divided by 1 plus R divided by 100 to the index n, right? Right? Now, have you seen a 10 rupee note?
Yeah.
Very stupid question to ask, right?
No, sir.
Do you think the 10 rupee note which you see today had the same 10 rupee value 10 years before?
No. Different,
Do
sir.
you think the same 10 rupee note which you are seeing today will have the value 10 years after?
No.
So there is something called as P is something which is called as the present value. A is what is called as the future value. Okay. Now any organization has two types of cash flows. One is the cash inflow. Okay.
Yeah.
And the second thing is cash outflow, right?
Right.
So the net present value is nothing but the present value of all the cash inflows minus the present value of all the cash outflows. Right?
Yeah.
Or is it too much of a science for today? Right? This is something which you need to remember as a net present value. There is a second metric called as IRR, also called as internal rate of return. Okay, this is the rate of interest at which NPV is equal to 0. Okay, now let us say I will do this 12, 13, 14, okay, 12, 13, 15, 19, 21. Okay, if I put a function called @IRR, you see that right. There is one second one. So typically, let us look at it. This IRR is actually given by the rate @IRR. Okay. So when a product owner is actually working on some metrics, you know what are all the metrics he takes into account? We spoke about return on investment, NPV, IRR, right? For every story, he takes into account all these three things. And he comes up with a risk adjusted backlog for each of these things. And when he arrives at a risk adjusted backlog, that is where high risk, high value, high risk, low value, low risk, low value, and low value, low risk. This is how he prioritizes. So what is the first thing that is delivered? High risk, high value. High risk, low value is delivered next. Low risk, low value, low risk is that, and then the low value, high risk is the last that is delivered. Right? Are you fine with this? I will get on this IRR tomorrow. I'm not sure where there's a challenge. I'll just take on this and get back to you tomorrow. Okay, it's my homework. Fine?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you fine with me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. We have spoken about product backlog grooming, product backlog refactoring, and then we spoke about this, right? Grooming over a period of time. And now the backlog assumes a new value over time, and that is what is called as a revisited product backlog. It is called as a refactored product backlog. Release planning, right? All of this was there in the video session which I wanted to show you today in the afternoon. See, typically speaking, a release is something that any product-based company does with two frames. One is fixed features with variable time frame, and the other is fixed time frame with varying features. I'll give you an example of two product companies, Microsoft versus IBM. See, typically speaking, Microsoft releases service pack for most of the products in, let us say, around 6 months or once in 1 year or something like that. So what happens is they have varied features with a fixed time frame. Six. That's once again a product, the organized management strategy. Or IBM typically delivers product which are of varying features within a fixed timeline. Or they deliver features which are of fixed features within a varying timeline. Once again, it depends on which product and which market strategy they are trying to attempt to penetrate. Now, let us say one of the common products is Lotus Notes. Typically, what they used to do is earlier they used to deliver the software within 15 months or 18 months, and that is something the company takes a call on delivering. Now, for us to arrive at that release plan, we need to understand how an organization works out a product roadmap. So for all these formulation strategies, each of the product members from the management strategy decide how many sprints this product will actually have to go through for the final release to come up with. Essentially, a release is something that has around 3 months of work, 3 sprints of work, or 6 sprints of work. That is something, once again, the management takes a call. So if a release is done every 3 months, it is called as a 3-month release cycle. If a release is done every 6 months, it is called as a 6-month release cycle. And that release of 3 months plus 6 months is what is called as the value added functionality of R1 and R2. Okay. This also talks into consideration any assumptions, dependencies, and other risks that may affect the product. Are you fine?
Yes, sir.
Or completely lost?
Too much load.
Huh?
Too much load.
Too much of load, is it? I'll give you an example. Okay. See here, an organization typically releases product based on 2 evaluation criteria. One is a fixed set of features with a varying timeline, and a fixed timeline having varying features. The way of releasing it is once again the call of the organization, and how they do it is something that the organization would decide on the strategy. Okay. Microsoft typically talks about varying features with a typical fixed timeline, right? You typically have service packs from Microsoft every 6 months. Now, if you go to IBM, they have fixed features within a varying timeline. They may give a product within 15 months, 18 months, or 21 months. Now, the way this product to which they are catering to which business segment is something that the management takes a call, and that decides with how many sprints they are going to release a product. Is it going to be 3 sprints, 6 sprints, or 9 sprints? The minimum number of sprints to have a release is 3. Lesser than 3, you may not have a possible release. So one release may have 3 sprints. Another release may have 6 sprints put together, and that decides on how you're going to do a product release roadmap, and how is this product going to be released at the end of each quarter or every 6 months. Now, does this make sense?
Yeah.
Some sense, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Sir,
Now let's move into the next thing.
Sir, I have one question, just a generic one. Suppose if I say that for a particular, I don't know what is the size of the project. Any as you are saying that in every release we have 3 sprints. So is there any the fixed formula or any defined thing that okay, for any project or for any project release plan we have just 3 sprints, not more than 5?
I am hearing a lot of disturbances, please.
Can I repeat my question again?
Please.
So I'm just saying that is there any fixed sprint that okay, for this release you have to just 3 sprint, not more than that, or any number which has been defined by the Agile Manifesto? or it should be, or it could be anything like 6 sprint, 7 sprint, 9, 10, depending upon the how big tasks were releasing, big projects were releasing.
See, it is a call of the organization, Vishal, whether they're going to release it with fixed features or fixed timeline is something that the organization takes a call. You understand?
Yeah. No, so my intention is that now, since it is a manifesto, so if manifesto has given that okay, for any release it should be not just like the time bound for the agile. Agile should be like the product should be delivered within 1 month, right? So I hope that in similar way they have given any like number calculated that okay, the release any release should not go across or go beyond like 6 sprint, 7 sprint, or 10 sprint, so that you can, if it's bigger than that, then you should break it down or something like that. So that's what I wanted to understand.
Has around 3 sprints minimum.
Okay.
Minimum 3 sprints. It's the rule of the thumb.
Okay.
Minimum 3 sprints. Okay.
Yeah.
And can stories have releases?
A release essentially consists of multiple stories over 2 or 3 spanned sprints.
Okay. 2 or 3 spanned sprints.
Okay. See, this is something which we need to understand. This is just a concept. Please bear this in mind. The last responsible moment and the decision point. This is the moment at which failing to make a decision eliminates an important alternative. Are you going to shave off scope or are you going to retain some scope? That's one thing that is negotiated with the business. You see this example. The team knew it would have been a good decision to going with a Sybase database and an Oracle database. They did not have to decide on this because they have not done this work. Okay. Realizing this, now you understand, someone started this work, they did not see something like this done earlier. And after they started this, they thought that the height of the Taj Mahal I have given us 160 feet. Was not right, it was 220 feet. So what happens? The team set the end of the second iteration as its last responsible moment on the database decision given the architect and the DB to experiment to the work being developed concurrently. So what happens? It's a cycle of learning which is set in. Next time I will not quote, right? This is a concept. The last responsible moment decision point is a concept. You may have to remember that. I don't see many questions coming out of it, but it's a concept which you may want to for your examination. Okay? And this is something which you may have to remember. Deadline from the competitor. Supporting the contract. Predetermined schedule. Now do you understand how much importance schedule has? Supporting a deadline. A deadline is once again coupled to schedule. Whether there is enough value and have we tested the product. These are the factors with which you are deciding on a release plan. And how many story points? Team velocity. Okay. What is velocity?
Something that is having movement and direction.
Sorry?
Something that has moment and direction.
Talking about a vector, man. Oh, are you a candidate of physics? I didn't know that, man. Welcome. I think we need to talk offline on many things.
Sure.
Velocity is nothing but you're right. Velocity is ds divided by dt. In other words, if you look at it mathematically, it is a slope of the tangent to the curve y is equal to some f of x. Right? This is what we read somewhere in standard 10 or standard 12 mathematics, right? After that, we did not even bother. Now, the application of this is when I'm having X number of story points towards a timeline which I'm going to deliver, let us say 2 weeks or a 3 week sprint, the slope of the graph is nothing but the velocity. In other words, tan theta, which is m, is the slope of the graph, represents the number of story points which you have delivered in that iteration. Does it make any sense?
Yeah.
How many stories have you delivered in that iteration represents velocity? Can you compare the velocity of two teams?
Yes.
Yes.
I see. God forbid that you didn't land in any problem. It is highly
Sir,
possible
like
that God
but sir,
forbid that you didn't land in any problem, man. Please understand, a team may be working on very small stories. Another team may be not very fortunate. They may be working with epics or maybe even spikes. Do you think the two velocities will be consistent?
No.
That is where they say don't compare two individuals. Never compare two teams. One team may be in the forming stage, another team may be in the performing stage. It talks about individual maturity assessment. Agile.
no, sir,
Understand?
I'm just talking in terms of like the user points or the delivery, means how many user points that team has delivered and how many. I'm talking on the basis of that.
See, committed versus delivered talks about velocity, but the velocity of first sprint not be the same as the second sprint. It could be possible that you are working on a completely different story, completely tough story, which may not be the same as it was in sprint one. So now can we compare the two velocities?
Sir, but there is a question. Suppose there are
There,
the bank, like you are working in a banking domain, and you are working for SBI, another one is working for ICICI Bank, right? So
okay,
maybe that your requirement for the SBI is that one login page or like upgradation of the previous application, like the 12.1 to 11.5 means 12.3, like your
okay,
account. And here in the ICICI Bank, you may have got a similar project, which again an upgradation from the like the lower version to the higher version. Most of the features you are having, you have already performed for different customers, and the same features are performing for different customers. So here you can set a comparison between the two, right?
you
Maybe the
cannot,
environment.
you cannot, you are not
Why, sir?
supposed to.
Because
Breaking,
yeah, go ahead.
your voice is breaking. See,
No,
let us
actually, we did not hear anything of what he said
we did
because
not hear anything. Your voice was breaking up.
Sir, what
it
I'm
was.
trying to say, suppose this one in one domain, we got two customers from the bank, like one is the SBI and another one is the ICICI Bank. Okay. One requirement is that there is a upgradation from a lower version to a higher version. Suppose I take it like from a Solaris to they are moving it to the cloud. Okay. Another bank comes with similar requirement where they are moving again from Solaris to maybe on the AWS they are the same or maybe a different.
Because
Yeah.
I can't hear anything because it is something like NDTV live call.
My voice is not audible. What is the issue?
Now it is okay.
I'm just saying that when we are having a projects, because bigger company tech projects there may be possibility that they have performed similar task or similar activity with the other customer, right? So the my question is that when we are comparing, you are talking about we can't compare the two, but my question is that suppose a similar task is coming, so you are already done estimation for the similar task in your previous. So if the future, if you're going to get the similar kind of activity, then you can compare it. No, sir, you can take the basis of the earlier one. Earlier the for the same kind of year, I have taken the estimate of like 200 days or 150 days, and again in the future, more or less similar to that, it may be like the 200 or 50 days or 60 days plus minus, because
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Yes.
If that is the case, you can marry the estimates by bringing in the experience from your past knowledge. But that does not give you an authority to say that you can compare the velocity of two teams. One team may have got experience in all the fixed brokerage products or all the core banking systems of ICICI or State Bank of India. Another team may be absolutely new to banking. What will you do then?
But it should not be also like that. If another team has worked for the ICICI with the similar kind of activity in like 100 days, and for the SBI, I could take it like 200 days below 1 year or 10 months or 11 months. It could not be like that also, sir. but at least it may be like for the one team it has taken 100, because the most of the 60 to 70% characteristic is same in the next project also. So you can take it like the 300, 400 or 500 roughly.
See, please remember one thing: velocities of two teams cannot be compared because team members of two teams have different maturities and capacity. Typically should be having. If you think everything is ideal, go ahead and compare. But per my little experience, it has never happened.
Okay.
Right? Shall we move on?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Release plan. Now, does this make any sense? Organize, manage contacts. The first release, we'll be talking about how we are going to talk about the email management. The second thing we'll talk about the management of the calendar. The third thing we'll talk about the contact management. Now do you understand that I cannot mix the releases from 1, 2 or 3 to either of the releases? See, each of this will be, see, let us say file emails, compose email, read email, delete email will be a separate sprint. Okay. Then if you look here, send email, open email, this is another sprint. Get address from contacts is another email, right? Now manage calendar, this is part of the second release. If you look at it, a combination of R1, R2 and R3 is what it is going to actually giving you the final product. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Take some time to look through it until you'll be able to understand why a release plan is there in the first place. We'll move on to the next slide. Yes, roadmap. We've already done this. We have discussed this extensively. Release backlog. Anything, see, from the product backlog, essentially, anything that gets created from the product backlog is that XXX backlog. If it is a release, it's a release backlog. If it is carved onto the sprint, it's called as a sprint backlog. Okay. And a release typically takes about 1 to 3 months. Here it's around 1 to 4 months of the normal release cycle. Some organizations have around 6 months release cycle. Microsoft typically does a 6-month release. IBM does a 15-month release. But you cannot go and ask the organization why. If you want to use a product, buy that. If you don't. Right? That's a release backlog. Explore. Organizing the features. Risk-adjusted backlog. We have more or less done everything here, right? Stories. They should be capable of innovating and exploring. The transitioning from the speculating phase to exploring shows that release planning connect to iteration planning. Release planning, from the release, they have come to the sprint. And the sprint planning is an important event where the team members actually plan on what stories they are going to deliver for that sprint. And the output for that stories is measured in terms of the potentially shippable increment. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can we stop?
Something? Huh?
Can we stop?
Stop here. We have got 1 more hour to go, man.
10 to 5:30 was told.
10 to 5:30. I thought I was given around 8 hours time, man. Let us check with Lakshmi.
Yeah.
Okay. Tomorrow is Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday. Can you guys join at around 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock as been mentioned?
Yes, sir.
1 o'clock should be fine with you guys?
Yeah, whatever timing you
We can work from 1 to 9, okay?
1 to 9.
Yes. Or do you want to advance the session?
Yeah, why don't we break it up? We break it into stories.
Which you want to break into story?
Tomorrow's session.
Okay.
Because again, Monday is working day.
So not a problem. So which do you want? 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock?
No, it was said 1 to 8, 1 to 8, 8:30. Okay, 9 should also be fine. Like I'm asking if you're convenient breaking that into 2. Or
should
if
be fine.
If you
We'll
really
work on something. We'll work on mutual convenience. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
So see, I spent considerable time trying to help understand the first thing, which is DSDM. The next thing, tomorrow we can zip through all this extreme programming. See, more or less we have covered the core concepts today. Tomorrow will be more of a running session. So it will not be as slow as it was today.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, Lakshmi?
And tomorrow, what time we connect?
We'll connect it around, see what time. You are available at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock? Or all times are you available?
Tomorrow is Sunday, like after 10, it should be okay. I don't know about because.
Yeah, if like 12 or 11, I'm fine. No issues. 12, 11,
Okay.
fine.
Around 1 o'clock should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay. We'll have it at 1 o'clock itself.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah, Lakshmi?
There we can decide, right? If you want to break it into two, or we can continue with one session. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We will just have this discussion in conjunction with Lakshmi, and then we will go ahead and close this for the day. Hello, Lakshmi. Can you just ping Lakshmi? I'm not able to reach out to her.
Yeah, I'm just calling her 1 second.
Sir, can you mail us the short notes that you prepared today so that I can go through it and we can come with some concept clearances there for the video?
The person you have called has not replied.
She's not
Guys,
taking the call.
I think 10 o'clock should be fine tomorrow.
What time, sir?
I think tomorrow 10 o'clock should be fine in the morning itself. I was supposed to go out, but I postponed that action for the day after tomorrow. Anyway, I'll try to get this done tomorrow.
So we should join at 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Is Lakshmi available? Or anybody from the admin is available?
I tried pinging her, like she did not pick the call.
Okay. So I think you guys are saturated for the day, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's it. This is the last slide, which I'll be closing on this. More or less, we are done. Project manager, scrum master to create the team, and then forming the team, daily team meeting, participatory decision making, and then exploratory software practices like TDD, simple design, and continuous integration. We'll have a quick look at this on tomorrow's session. Okay?
Sure.
Extreme programming we'll be talking about tomorrow. Okay? More or less, we have covered key concepts on what we are supposed to talk tomorrow itself. So, any questions for the day, guys?
Lakshmi, like you were wanted, Lakshmi, like.
Why do the session?
Yeah, you can talk. We are audible.
Okay, fine, not a problem.
Okay.
Lakshmi.
No, actually, my phone is dead. That is actually from my phone. My phone has got switched off. I kept it on charge.
Lakshmi, like Shishadri is.
I call Seshatri now. 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we guys shall break off for the day. Okay.
Sir, you are going to share that video today, sir, or after the second session, sir? That you are trying to show.
Sorry.
The video that you are trying to show today, sir, that you
I
are
will
going to
share the link. I will share the link. Please do me a favor. My email is seshguru@gmail.com. Where I can chat. I will just chat and send you across my email ID. Please please send me a message on this mail ID and I will send you the link.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much.
Thanks, Sheshadri.
Bye. We'll connect tomorrow 10 o'clock again.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thanks, Vikas. Bye-bye.